Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Welcome, one and all, to this. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire, who is over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is here, too.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
We'll get to the Poundcake sports break later on today. And there's a brand new episode of the Poundcake podcast, which now drops on Wednesdays at AlanCoxShow.com. It's called Lewinsky is a Trip. 2 P's. I get it. Got it. If you'd like to join us live, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. You can text me at 35192. You can hit me up otherwise at AlanCoxShow.com. It's always like a fuzz or something on my mic.
I didn't know what you were doing. I was like, is he stretching?
No, there's always like a piece of fuzz on this thing tickling my nose when I'm talking. And
get a lint roller. I'm serious.
I have a lint roller, but it's not.
Lint roll it. That'll pull off all the little extras or whatever.
Well, no, because it's not lint. It's like it pills up like an old sweater. I just need a new one. Maybe I'll lint roll it. I just need a new one.
Or just don't get quite that close. Do you have to get that close? I do. I like to get right. You like get right up on it.
His nose touches the top of it.
Get on it.
I like to talk like that. So everyone can hear exactly what I'm doing. I like to get right in there.
The A in ASMR stands for Alan. Did you not know that?
That's right. Yeah. And the M stands for manly. Yeah. So there's that whole thing. I was taking my daughter to school this morning, and I saw a guy, and it was chilly this morning, right? I kind of bundled her up a little bit. It's 49, 50 degrees. And take a little early so she can run around and, have some fun with her friends before she goes in for class. And I get about a mile away from the house, and I see a guy walking down the sidewalk pushing a stroller. And as I get closer, I see that he's holding his baby in his arms, and in the stroller are his 2 dogs. And I thought, boy, that'd be me. That shows you the hierarchy of importance in that family between the baby and the dogs. That is a guy who did not want a kid, and his wife or girl talked him into it, and he said, fine. I bet the girl, wife, girlfriend, whatever, guy maybe, I don't know anything about him, maybe, I bet that person doesn't even know that this guy puts the dogs in the stroller. And this was a little baby. I mean, fresh out the oven. This thing looked like, not a week old, but not a year old. And he's got these 2. Again, it was near a school zone, so I was still going 20, 25 miles per hour, so I got an okay look at what was going on. I couldn't tell you what the breed of the dogs were. I could tell you what the breed of the baby was. Young, small,
new,
and largely exposed to the elements. Yeah, it wasn't pouring down rain, but it was cold. It was misty. It was like that mist. And,
spooky almost.
And the 2 dogs sitting there, comfy as all get out, in the stroller, and he's walking holding the baby. And he's got a hat on. The baby didn't have a hat on. And it was just very, very strange. It's a very strange way for me to start the day.
I get uncomfortable when I see real little babies out in public, where I'm like, are they supposed to be out yet? like
you can tell they are fresh. Like, they kind of just curl up like that, like a less than a month or two old. I'm like,
they're still red and squished.
yeah, I'm like, I feel like that baby should be in the house.
Didn't look that young, but young enough where he was holding it and it wasn't taking up much room. And again, I'm merely speculating. I don't know what the dynamic is at home. He might have left the house like that. He might have said, hey,
I'm taking the dogs and the kid.
Taking the dogs. The baby and I are going for a walk. The dogs are not. The dogs are going for a stroll. I don't know.
It must have been small dogs, though.
They were small dogs, yeah. If I were to hazard a guess, I would think maybe in the Pekingese family, right? Small, because there were two of them, and it wasn't a twin stroller. It was two dogs in a stroller, and the guy's carrying the baby. At first, I thought maybe
that guy didn't want any of the dogs. He didn't want the dogs. He didn't want the kid. He's just in a situation where he's like,
because even the guy had a strange look. He looked like he looked like that if he had been by himself, he would have had a thumb out, headed for a fish show. So I don't know. The whole scene jammed me up. I couldn't figure out what was going on there with that. I got a letter from Stacy, Alan, longtime podcast listener. I was listening where Mary was getting raked over the coals for drinking coffee in an open plastic cup in her car. And as I'm listening to all that unfold, I was eating a pomegranate in my car. Seeds flying. I got a splotch of juice on my face like a toddler.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for the come to Jesus talk. P.S. The pomegranate was effing delicious, in case you were wondering.
Good for you.
Pomegranate, I would say pomegranate. Wow, you really got to like them to eat one of those in the car or to eat one in general. You know, It's one of those fruits where, to me, there's like a cost-benefit analysis with a pomegranate. You know, you can buy just pomegranate seeds. These little shrink-wrap things in your produce section, just the seeds. I don't know who the hell is like, just give me the seeds. I think that the pomegranate is easily one of the top 5 most overrated fruits.
I like the flavor.
The flavor is great. That's why I don't mind pomegranate juice. But then the price you have to pay for it, and then like if you're trying to eat the fruit, just acquiring it and getting it all taken out, it's just not worth it in any way.
I don't think I've ever seen or eaten a pomegranate. I've had pomegranate seeds only because at one of the bars I worked at, we had a drink that had pomegranate seeds in it. And so I would like put some in the drink and pop some in my mouth.
Yeah. Do you guys enjoy grapefruit juice?
No.
Yes.
No.
I do.
It's too bitter.
I like grapefruit. I like grapefruit juice if it's in a drink with alcohol in it. Like if I'm having
a
Greyhound. Yep. But I don't care for grapefruit. They're great for you.
Yeah, my stepdad tricked me one time because I don't know if there was like a sale on grapefruit juice because orange juice was too expensive. I don't know why he got it, but he was like, here's this, and I'm like, he doesn't hand me drinks. What's going on? He's like, oh, it's just orange juice, and it smelled like orange juice, so I tasted it, and I'm like, it's very tangy. He's like, that's a grapefruit juice. I'm like, oh. It tasted like Tang. Like that's what it tasted like. It wasn't bad.
I like Squirt.
Yeah, big fan. 50-50.
That's a good 50-50. So things grapefruit flavored.
Oh, I love grapefruit flavored.
Pink grapefruit high chews. Dynamite.
Like grapefruit soda water or grapefruit White Claw. I liked those a lot.
Haven't had those. My dad had a grapefruit every morning. He had that serrated knife spoon for the grapefruit. So I remember my dad doing that. But the pomegranate juice, Palm Wonderful, right? Beautiful, delicious. I have a bottle of it in my fridge right now. But boy, riding in the car, Stacy, God bless, eating a pomegranate. Yeah, it's living on the edge.
Yeah.
Seeds going all over the place.
You've never had like a pamplemousse?
What?
That flavor?
Of
from
LaCroix?
Yeah, that's grapefruit.
Yeah. That's what pamplemousse means, but it doesn't.
It's grapefruit flavor.
Barely. LaCroix is like a fart of flavor in that water.
But I'm
saying, I like it too, but I don't think.
You've had grapefruit flavored things.
Yeah, I just said. I rattled off all the grapefruit flavored things I like. I don't care for grapefruit by itself. Yes. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like it I like a salty dog or a greyhound or a high chew or a squirt or,
I just like the peel. Everything else is blech.
He's a rind guy.
He feasts on the rind.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Rind and grind. That's what I say.
I was going to say that could be your next album. Bill Squire against the rind.
Rind and grind.
It really rinds my gears.
With those Bob Seger horses on the front. Against the rind. I got to take a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you to win. A chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen for that keyword. Around 2:30 later on today, I'll have another pair of passes to put you at the Romo Fijo on Saturday. For the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. They moved it over there. And it's going to go down on Saturday night. So 5:20 later this afternoon, I'll have that next pair of tickets for you to be there.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us on the phone, or 800-348-1007. Whatever's crossing the transom of your mind. Don't hide that light under a bushel basket. 35192 to text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can get the live video stream there, as well as the brand new episode of the Poundcake podcast. Thank you to Paolo Magallo for helping out on the on the live stream today. Cavaliers late night tonight. If you are a fan, a couple of games West Coast tonight and Friday night, I think, is when they'll play the Lakers, but they're playing the Clippers tonight. Both of those games are a 10:30 tip, so 10 o'clock tonight on MMS is when all of your coverage will begin. I was seeing CLE Clothing Company was tweeting some of the things that they've got available, some MMS merch and just a lot of...
new MMS hoodie?
Yes, a lot of cool
one of
stuff.
those already,
Yep.
and then they have like the skull buzzard, which is real sweet too.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the retro Cleveland scene covers.
Those are great.
Alice Cooper and Fleetwood Mac and a lot of good ones. So use the promo code SPOOKY if you're going to get something this month, because we have promo codes for every month, and that'll get you 20% off whatever you get there. It's not limited to one or two particular items. So use SPOOKY for 20% off all through the month. I guess you have through Sunday. And then I'll have a new word for you for November, as unbelievably, October is almost over.
Dang.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Real crazy.
Mm-hmm. And so everybody who's asking me for my list of disgusting, gory horror films, I'm sending that out to people. I guess if anyone else has suggestions, they can offer those as well. Depends on what you're into. The movies I like are kind of intense. Did you watch Goodnight Mommy, by the way?
I watched...
Sorry.
That's okay. I watched Us last night. That's what it was.
I saw your story. I thought you guys were watching Goodnight Mommy. I'm like, that's a great movie. Us stinks.
My boyfriend comes over last night, and I was like... I wanted to watch like Hocus Pocus or like something Halloween themed but kind of stupid, like
you wanted like a Halloween comedy.
Yeah, something like light, or even like a classic Halloween movie, something like that. And
Young Frankenstein's a good one.
I love that movie. It's like one of my top 5 favorite movies. But
the sequel, Old Frankenstein, didn't get much play.
Not as good.
No.
But he was like, "Why don't we watch something scary? Like, let's watch an actual horror movie." And I was like, "Okay." But he's really into the bloody, gory, just. I can't stand that. And he was like, let's watch House of a Thousand Corpses. And I was like, no, I don't like that.
So after you said, I don't like bloody, gory stuff, he goes, let's watch House of a Thousand Corpses.
Well, I think he was joking mostly.
Right.
But I told him I like psychological thrillers. I can deal with some blood and guts as long as like it keeps you on the edge of your seat. I like suspense more than anything else, I think. And so he's like, I think you really like Us. He's like, it's kind of, like horror theme, blah, blah. I was like, okay. But I didn't want to watch a scary movie last night. And he comes over and we start it and we're watching it. And then he passed out like 20 minutes into the movie. And I was so mad. And he woke up with I'm not kidding, like 15 minutes left in the movie. And he's trying to get all cute. And I was like, no. You stay on your side of the couch where you were sleeping.
Why don't you wake him up?
Because I don't care. He fell asleep. So I was like aggravated. And he's like, why are you mad at me? I was like, because you don't get to have a say in the movie if you're going to fall asleep. I feel like that's unfair.
Well, did you turn it off and put on something you wanted to watch?
No, because now I'm invested.
Oh.
Before, I didn't realize he was, because we were laying next to each other. Like, he was behind me. So I didn't know that he was asleep.
So he's not snoring?
No, not until like 45 minutes. I'm halfway through the movie and I look back and he's asleep. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
You didn't notice that he hadn't said anything for 45 minutes?
We're watching a movie.
No, but people talking a movie, they go, oh my God. I mean, you're talking a movie.
Yeah, no, I did. I mean, I was quietly watching, so I assumed he was quietly watching. And then I was so aggravated because I'm like, it's not that I am mad. I mean, it was a good movie. I was fine watching it, but it wasn't like, that's not what I wanted to watch. And I was like, okay, we'll compromise and watch something both of us are okay with. Mm-hmm. And he fell asleep 15 minutes in.
Most of the television watching we do is at night after our daughter's in bed. So we're in bed. And I can always tell if Gwen has fallen asleep because she hasn't said anything in a while.
Yeah.
We'll be watching something. I'll be like, oh, she's asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, but we watched Us, and it was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't like...
I guess I'm in the minority in that one. I thought that was a real stinker. We saw it when we were on vacation in Florida a couple of years ago. We were like, let's go to the movies, little ones with the grandparents. And we went to go see We went to go see Us, and I was like, what is going on?
What it was tied to at the end was just weird to me.
I felt like it was,
But it was like creepy and like it was suspenseful.
It was fine. I felt like I figured it out way earlier.
Alan's hard to please.
Alan is hard to please, right? No.
I just like good movies.
Do you know what he wanted to watch that we searched for was Mandy? And I was like, Alan's talked about this movie before.
You would have hated it.
He wanted to watch that.
Had he seen it before? What
is that about?
He's seen it. Yeah, it's a Nicolas Cage, someone steals his wife or something.
This cult kidnaps his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And there's like a biker gang that's high on some crazy drug, and it's a real phantasmagoria of a film. Yeah, you would have hated it because it's slow.
It's only really slow in certain parts, but once it gets to the part where like he's out for revenge, that movie moves.
Yeah, it does.
It's just there's certain scenes that are so uncomfortable that it makes it feel long because it's like the really grody apartment or just there's a lot of filth. Like it's not even as bloody as it is filthy.
Dirty.
Right. It's a gross movie.
Because it's all red lights and black lights and gross stuff. And,
it's a really gross movie. Have you ever seen The Strangers?
Yeah.
That's like the kind of because that's something that could really happen.
Yes.
So that makes it the scariest kind of movie.
Well, I told him, I said, I believe in ghosts. So the ones that get me the hardest are like demon possession, hauntings. Those are the ones that are going to give me nightmares, and I know that they are. I was like, so I try to stay away from those. I don't watch like The Conjuring, none of that kind of stuff.
Those ones are boring to me.
Well, he said the same thing. He was like, I think those are stupid. I was like, because you don't believe in ghosts.
Your mother sit here with his cash. Would you like to leave a message? I see that she gets it.
If that's true, then you must know my mother's maiden name. What is it?
That with 3 A's.
But we're going we're going through all these like on Netflix and Hulu and then like all these different apps, and I'm like, man, I have seen a lot of scary movies.
And what time was this?
This was at like 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
Like he had gotten to my house, we ate dinner, and then we were like, okay, let's watch a scary movie. So it wasn't like it was 11 o'clock at night.
But doesn't he get up at 5 in the morning for work?
He does. I fully understand.
Sleep till noon.
Listen, I fully understand why he's tired, but you don't get to pick the movie then. I think that that's fair.
I see.
If you're going to, I'm not
go,
mad
you're
that
gonna you're gonna fall asleep, so
Right.
let me pick the movie.
Let me watch what I want since you're
Gotcha.
going to sleep anyway.
And Hocus Pocus would have knocked him out in 5 minutes.
That's fine.
Had he thought about it, you would have given him more sleep.
Right.
It's like a 70-minute movie.
Right, that's the other thing.
Right, but it sucks. So he
movie's-
would have fallen asleep immediately.
Halloween Town's like 64 minutes long. Like, let me just watch
it's
this
literally
dumb
perfect.
Disney show. But yeah, I'm not mad at him for being tired. He works very hard. He gets up
Right.
very early. I fully understand why he's
He
tired.
fought you on the movie.
But he fought me on what to watch.
Yeah.
So I was like, screw you, man. Like, you don't get to pick anymore. Unless you're going to stay awake. I don't care what you think.
He's doing the Clockwork Orange thing. He's got the toothpicks under his eyes, you know.
Yeah.
We're going to watch this movie. So
He's
you did like Us?
It was fine.
Yeah.
It was more that I didn't blow my lid off. I felt like I figured it out like pretty early in the movie, and then I was just waiting for the reveal, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So I was like, it wasn't on the edge of my seat. Oh my God, I can't wait to what happens next, what happens next. It wasn't like that. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what my genre of scary movie is. Suspense.
It sounds like Halloween Town and Hocus Pocus.
No, that's
are
not
your-
a scary movie. Those are dumb. Let's just put something on. It's nostalgic.
Well,
type
you
of
don't
movie.
like gore.
I know.
That's easy enough. You can
Yeah.
take all those out.
Take out. I know. I
But you
don't
also
like a lot
don't
of blood
like
and guts.
some suspense movies. So like The Conjuring and those movies, I mean,
Well,
those can be a
possession
little...
is what, like demon possession.
So you
and
don't like
ghosts.
demons because you believe in ghosts.
Right.
So you're removing all the scary elements from any kind of scary movie.
That's what's like. Maybe I just like suspenseful action movies.
What about
Suspenseful. Can we watch Cobra with Sylvester
Inside
Stallone?
Man or
Yeah.
What about like
You like heist movies?
what about like a slasher movie like Scream or something like that?
I've seen that when I was a kid.
But
and-
that's like because it's got a little bit of gore, but it's not like over the top.
Right. I can deal
And-
with that.
And it's very suspenseful, and it's but it's also got a little bit of humor in it. That's what I like when
Yeah.
they have a.
Well, I liked that in
a
Us. There were some
lot-
jokes
yeah.
that I was like, oh, that's funny. Like,
What about Final Destination type movies?
I've seen those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so
But not
I don't
Saw
know what I'm
movies.
looking for. I know I've seen all the Saw movies.
But you don't like them.
I do like the look through your eyes, like the little eyeglasses.
I never got into the Scream movies. They had the trailer for the new one before Dune, and it's all the old characters are back, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. They give it a fresh coat of paint. I don't see the point of it, but other than just nostalgia for people, yeah. I never cared about those Scream movies. They seem silly to me.
I was a teenager when they came out.
It was a generational thing, yeah.
Yeah, those were like made, like I was around the age of the teenagers in that movie
I was
when
like
they came
12,
out.
yeah.
Right.
So like it was perfect for my age group.
And like I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think I was probably too old for those when they came out, yeah.
Well, because they're like, it's the last night of school and everybody's hooking up and we're going to go to college. You know what I mean? Like it's like almost like a coming of age tale.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, blood and gore. And you know what? If I really did want to be scared, I could watch those possession movies. I know that would get me.
So not Ichi the Killer or Battle Royale or anything like that?
He wanted to watch that too.
You would have jumped out a window if you watched Ichi. Why would he make you watch Ichi the Killer?
Well, these are the ones that he's stopping on and being like, let's watch this. And I'm
but
like, this seems really gross.
You would hate it.
That's
if that's
where-
what he likes,
Yeah.
he can't subject you to that. Just like you shouldn't subject him to Hocus Pocus.
What's Ichi the Killer about?
It's like a
Takashi
Japanese movie with
yeah.
subtitles and super gory, I
If you're
guess.
not into like Japanese intensity horror film, you're not going to like it. It's not even a horror film, it's just super bloody. It's a crime movie, but it's super bloody.
Yeah. So everything we're stopping on like that, he's like, yeah, no, I'm telling you, we can turn it off if you don't like it. And I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Maybe you need to go back a little further. Maybe you're dealing in movies that are too contemporary. Maybe you need to go back to like somebody suggested When a Stranger Calls. I think that's Carol Kane as the babysitter. The calls coming from inside the house.
There was a new one of
Maybe
that
you
from like
need-
2006.
Have you ever seen House of the Devil?
No.
It's kind of the movie's only a few years old, but it's shot like it's in the 70s, so it's
Mhm.
kind of that retro-y 70s kind of thing. There's a devil element to it, but it's more like Rosemary's Baby than Exorcist.
Mhm.
You don't like possession movies, but how do you feel about like devil movies, but it's like a cult and it's a devil worship? How do you feel about
I
that?
kind of stay away from all of that.
Because you think it could happen.
You know what? Maybe I just need to watch them and face my
I
past.
think that's what I did in college. I told my girlfriend, we're going to watch The Exorcist tonight because literally my
You're
freshman year in
Catholic,
college, you grow up with this dumb idea, it could happen.
Right.
And then you watch it and you go, God, this movie's cartoony.
Stupid,
It's
yeah.
a great movie, but it's very cartoony.
What about something that is more of a realistic fear, like Look Who's Talking or 9 Months, where you're having unexpected babies?
Yeah, that's probably the scariest one. Oops,
There's
I
your
got
horror movie.
Oops, I got pregnant. It's the worst horror movie of all time.
Yeah.
Speaking of, just picked up more birth control today.
And you're in Texas, so you gotta keep it.
Oh, good for you.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Did you see Quiet Place?
Mm-mm.
That's pretty good.
That's a
You'd
good
like
one.
that.
That one's
Is that-
real good.
Is that scary or is that suspense? Because it's not like it's not necessarily monsters.
There's
but
monsters,
it's-
but
yeah.
you don't. You don't see the monsters a lot. It's a lot of suspense and like a lot of tension. That would be a real good one.
I think that would, that's up my alley. I
But they
think.
never specified if they're monsters or aliens. Because I got the impression that they were
They're
aliens.
alien monsters.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Mr. Boogedy?
I don't know what that is.
I thought you and Poundcake were talking about
No,
it.
I was the
time.
one talking about Mr. Boogedy.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Boogedy was this is before this is like right in my age group where it was the Disney Sunday night movie, whatever that was.
Disney Sunday night movie?
Yeah, they used to do that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't on Disney Channel, it was on
ABC.
And they would either play a movie that was already in theaters or once in a while they'd make a movie. And this is a series that they made. They only made 2 of them. And the first one's like 40 minutes long and it's real cheesy. But like as a kid, you're like, oh, it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
But then the second one's like a full production. And it's like as a kid, there were some legit scary moments in that because he's got this very Freddy Krueger-like face, but then he's dressed like a pilgrim. So like that's creepy looking.
Yeah.
How about people are giving me suggestions
Watch
here.
that Hey Arnold episode.
What about The Ring? Did you see The Ring when that was out?
Okay, I saw from the research I've been doing,
Mhm.
it seems that when I was in middle school was a real heyday for scary movies, like early 2000s was like
Yes.
when
they were remaking
of
a lot of Japanese horror movies.
Well, so I've seen all of those. So I don't know. Over the last two Halloween seasons, I think I've realized it's not that I don't like scary movies. It's that I've already seen most of the like highly rated ones.
Mm-hmm.
And now the ones I watch are either like, well, that was stupid or too gory or, you know what I mean? Talk about hard to please.
You're
This
not
is-
looking to expand your horizons.
I don't know what I'm looking for.
All right.
I think what we'll do next October is we'll start a different movie each day. I could do that now. It doesn't have to be October, to be honest with you.
It's the Boyfriend Stay Awake Challenge with Mary Santora.
Right.
I have $1,000 to give to you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. You got 5 of these keywords coming on this show this afternoon, so listen closely. Here's number 1, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword cash to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's cash to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
I was reading a thing this morning that they surveyed a few thousand people, and from that group, they said that more people, 21 and over, more people believe in ghosts than don't.
Told you.
Okay, but what does that mean?
That the majority of people that they talk to say that they have felt some form of paranormal presence in their lives, is what they say.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to do with that information because, it's shooting fish in a barrel if you go, well, that's silly. But a lot of people believe in it. I'm not one of those people, but they said that 63% of the people, so not just 51%, 63% of the people they talked to in this big, wide-ranging survey said that they believe in ghosts. Many of these people believe that their homes are haunted. This just, to me, just goes back to raging narcissism, that you believe that your home is haunted.
I don't know if that's narcissism.
Why would your home be haunted?
It's a numbers game.
Why wouldn't every home be haunted?
Based on you guys.
Everyone has died somewhere where all of us live.
That's what you're saying, is that so based on the numbers, someone's probably died in your house, so they might have unfinished business too.
But then also, it's just to assume that the unfinished business thing is correct.
Why wouldn't it be?
What if there were ghosts? What if there were ghosts, like they were real, but our assumptions were
way wrong.
Off?
I think that's way more likely. And also, it seems like if you don't believe in ghosts, they leave you alone.
No.
Because I don't believe in ghosts.
You've never seen ghost movies.
But I'm not... But that's
it's always
a movie.
The denier who gets dragged up the wall.
We're talking about real life, not movies.
Movies are real life.
And right now, if you just... It's like Santa Claus in movies, where if you don't believe in him, then you don't get any presents. But if you believe in Santa, then it, fuels the sleigh and all that dumb crap.
Yeah.
So if we don't believe in
perhaps
ghosts,
Santa is a ghost.
That makes more sense.
Makes a lot of sense. That's how he gets down
time
the
travel.
chimney.
Yeah.
So the majority of these people surveyed said that they believe in ghosts. 39% said they believe in visitors from other planets. So to these people, because numerically it's way more likely that there are things on other planets, to these people, some apparition in another region beyond our own, way more likely than alien life forms from another planet.
This is also
the universe being what it is.
Strongly tied to religion.
I don't know. They didn't. There's no part of this that talks about religion.
My kids all believe in ghosts, and they are not religious at all. It's just ghosts.
Okay. I guess the way that I saw it is that coming from a religious background, you see it like it's, there are places like purgatory and things like that where you're not in heaven, you're not in hell, you have Do
you think
but that's just a function. Religious people believe in an afterlife.
Right.
Like unless you're Jewish, there's no hell, anything like that. But but most of those religions you believe. So if you buy the afterlife part, then yeah, it makes sense. You'd go, oh, sure, we're surrounded by...
Why wouldn't there be?
My favorite part of this, though, was that they said that about a quarter of the people they talked to said they don't believe in the paranormal, but they also don't want to provoke anything that could prove them wrong. That's a just-in-case person. They're like, I don't really believe in it, but...
I'm not going to touch that Milton Bradley...
the Ouija board.
Yeah. Amy Miller's a very funny comedian. She has a bit about this, about God, where she says, I don't believe in God, but don't tell him I said that. I think that's so funny, because that's what these people are, where they're like...
It's a just-in-case thing.
Ghosts aren't real, but... Give me that sage.
Hey.
I just think it's funny that we think that ghosts have to have unfinished business. We were like, no, I'm just chilling. I just like it here. Right. This is my house. I lived here for 30 years, and I'm like, I can spend eternity here. This is my house. Get out of my house, bitch.
I bought it.
Yeah. I lived here first. I still got the deed.
Ghosts are all pervs. What if that was a thing? Like, they're just waiting for somebody to get naked in the house.
Bobby Brown said...
What?
Bobby Brown said he had sex with a ghost.
Bobby Brown's a moron. He's a crackhead.
Jesus.
He is. Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, well, and I've said this before.
Did you
air.
sage your apartment when you moved in?
No, I'm not that guy.
I love people
I'm not
who
like
sage
a
the
crystals
apartment.
sage type of person. But I have said 100% when it comes to ghosts that I blindly follow. That I believe in it. Like when Bill's like, "Why would that happen?" I'm like, because people said that it would. Like, and that is the extent of research I've done.
I guess there's again, ghosts to me are a thing where I don't see a downside to believing in it. There's no harm in believing in it.
Yeah, you just freak yourself out in the middle of the night
freak
for no
yourself
reason.
out.
You
Right.
hear
But then why do
something.
they always? If you believe in ghosts, why are they always bad intentioned?
They don't have
Well,
to
that's
be.
in the movies.
But I
What
feel
about
like-
Casper?
I
He
feel
was,
like-
by all accounts, a friendly ghost.
He's a little too friendly. He's just like annoying. It was like,
He's a little kid.
yeah, but it's also I'm on a different sleep schedule than you, Casper. I got to get up for school in the morning, and you come out at night. Pretty annoying.
That's why that mattress company took their name.
Ah.
He was attracted to Christina Ricci's Five-Head in that movie.
Devin Sawa, who played Casper in like the real boy version of him in like the '90s movie, tweeted like, "Casper's parents were anti-vaxxers." There, I said it.
That's funny.
There was the live-action Casper movie, yeah.
With
Christina Ricci, right.
yeah.
I didn't remember him being the kid in that.
Well, he's only in it for like 2 minutes.
He's the flashback of...
Well, he's when, because Casper comes back for one night for one dance, dances with Christina Ricci,
I
and
see.
then becomes a ghost again.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go. Hey, I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. To do that, if you want to watch live, you can at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Oh, I get a boner over that sweet, sweet John Bonham shuffle. Love this song. Fool in the Rain. This is raining. I saw that, and again, I'm not sure what they're doing or who they're going for or whatever, but TikTok announced that they've struck a deal to put the entire Led Zeppelin catalog on TikTok, which tells me that they're trying to... TikTok's trying to get... broaden their audience, obviously, beyond whatever the kids are doing. So there's a Led Zeppelin TikTok account. And if you've spent a lot of time on TikTok and you thought to yourself, boy, I really wish I didn't have to go elsewhere for my Led Zeppelin. Now you don't have to. So people can create videos using Led Zeppelin music. Over 100 songs from their studio and live albums. Get artwork and graphics and live performances. This is on the heels of TikTok adding about 50 Beatles songs to the catalog. So for the people who own these songs, social media is proving to be a kind of a nice revenue stream. Now, whether or not you can get that Michael Winslow live Whole Lot of Love perform, I don't know if that's considered part of the Led Zeppelin canon. Remember Michael Winslow?
Yeah. He was in, what's that, Police Academy?
Police Academy.
Yeah. He's a stand-up comic, and he still tours, I think.
He does, yeah. He's known as the man of 10,000 effects. He's no joke. I mean, people give him a hard time, but he's very, very good at what he does. But he was on some Danish talk show or something a few years ago, and there was a guy sitting on the couch with him with an acoustic guitar. And he had the microphone, and he was doing the electric guitar parts.
With his mouth.
With his mouth! I'm burying the lead.
That's why it's impressive. Not just playing the guitar.
Not playing the guitar at all. He's doing it with his mouth. Is anything working here today? Are our computers connected?
No.
Is there like a Wi-Fi problem? What's going on?
You need a key for it now, like we need for the bathroom.
Yeah, that key thing worked out great, didn't it?
Yeah, right.
They're just putting a doorstop now in front of the door. Like, why are we walking around? I got a janitor's ring on my friggin' belt.
I wonder what that was. I brought the key out, and then the door was propped open. I'm like, so this...
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
People are lazy.
I don't know why they made a big deal about these keys.
I don't know why either.
It's the building.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
I don't either. It doesn't.
Like, gee, who would have ever thought somebody could put... Yesterday, there was a book in the door to prop it open. Who would have ever thought of it? Somebody cracked the code on the keys to the men's room.
Meanwhile, it's to keep the who from using the bathroom.
The contractors who were doing work across the hall, but I'm like, why would they
allowed to pee?
But why would they? Yeah, where are they supposed to? I don't understand it. That's just what I heard.
The
about
contractors
it.
that put the lock on the door.
I don't know.
Like,
here's Michael Winslow. Now the guitar stuff's better. That's fun. It's kind of corny, but it's fun.
It's
I can't do that.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch.
I got remember a couple weeks ago we talked about, for my new show at High and Dry, going to close every show with a certain song, the Lido Shuffle. I figured out what I'm going to use for the intro song. And it was between two, but I went with this one.
What was the other one?
So the one that I didn't choose was Cake.
Wait, you're going to open the show with this, or you're going to close the show?
I'm closing the
with
show with Lido Shuffle.
Yeah.
But then to open the show, I'm going to do Early Morning by the Gap Band. That's going to get things rolling.
Wait, what happened to Cake? I thought you were just talking about Cake.
Well, I was going to use Cake, and I was like, yeah, I don't know if Cake's the right vibe that I'm looking for.
Yeah, why are you going to intro people talking with a guy talking?
Well, it's
in his songs.
I was going to do Comfort Eagle, which has a nice intro to it. So that's like, it's an attention-getting intro. But then I was like, I want something a little funkier, a little, like, with a little more of a fun vibe to it. And so I went with Early Morning by the Gap Band.
Early in the morning by the Gap Band.
Early in the morning.
right, let me find this here. Early in the morning. This is how you're going to open the show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
Okay.
So it opens with a cock crowing twice.
Mm-hmm.
Very biblical.
Metaphor.
Yeah.
Sick beat, bro. Bars!
Sick beat.
Freestyle, Bill.
That's not what it's about.
Isn't Charlie Wilson from the Gap Band the guy that Poundcake's mom really likes?
I don't know. I just know him as Charlie Wilson.
Yeah.
I thought he was with the Gap Band.
I don't know.
Because they're brothers, right? Gap Band, where Charlie
I
and
don't
his
know
brothers.
anything about that. I just know this song.
Well, for a comedy show,
Feels good.
you absolutely don't want to play You Dropped a Bomb on Me.
No. Listen, I went through a lot of songs. You Dropped a Bomb on Me was not in the running.
I was going to say, you don't just want to put that idea in people's minds.
But I like the rooster crowing to get things going. But this is still a good enough, because this is just me walking to the stage. So it's not like needs to be anything crazy. It's just,
not only are you the
intro.
host of the show, you're also the musical director.
Well, it's my show. I'm the producer of the show.
Understood.
Yes. And it's 2 songs, so it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
But I also wanted a song that people don't really know, that they're still gonna like, and then they're gonna associate with having a good time at my show.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's a good song to play, and people will be like, "Oh yeah, that song makes me. I need to go see Bill."
You want
Squire
people
again.
to start having a Pavlovian response to the Gap Band early in the morning with that rooster making that noise.
You hear a rooster
That's how you're
crow,
going to
you're like, Bill Squire!
Wake up!
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Old Billy Pavlov. Making things happen over here.
Yeah, that's a subliminal thing, too. It's pretty smart in his
Look at him
part.
go.
The big old rooster crowing. Yeah, people go, Bill Squire.
No one said it was big, but you know.
Anyway, so Lido Shuffle when you're going to be shuffling on out of there.
To close it out, yeah.
So when the show's over, do people then just mill around and like get drinks, or is that like the end of the night? Okay, I haven't been
after
over
the show, people go and they'll talk to the comics that they enjoyed that night. They'll, it's a very, it's a fun atmosphere.
It's like a
after the
communal
show.
vibe.
Yeah.
But there's
all the comics are going, oh, hey, you had a good set here, and then there's the one that didn't have a good set, but you go, hey, just give up.
Yeah, you go flick that one off right in his
Yeah,
face.
yeah.
Put it in his eyeball.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Boom.
But they have like a legit stage, right? You're not like in the standing in the corner or anything like that. Yeah,
it's
okay.
a legit
It's a real
stage,
show.
legit lights. It's gonna be a good time.
Okay.
Gonna be a TV behind me with a logo of the show on it. It's gonna be a good time.
Now, make sure that you take the closed captioning off, because otherwise they'll get the punchlines before you say them.
Or way after.
On the logo?
Or way after.
On the logo?
It's a closed captioning joke.
No,
Nevertheless,
I know what it was.
The point is,
I just
it
wanted
sounds
to-
like everything's locked down, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about it at all. I'm 110% behind all this, behind Lido Shuffle. Anything off of Silk Degrees, you ain't gonna make my day any worse. I was talking about just a minute ago, talking about Led Zeppelin inexplicably being added, their catalog being added to TikTok. I was reading an article about how teen girls are developing, they're putting the tick in TikTok. Do you read about this?
I did
They're
hear about
developing
this.
tics,
Yeah.
and doctors go, well, it could be because TikTok. Girls with sudden, severe physical tics. The girls have been watching Tourette syndrome TikTok videos.
And is it a legit tick, or is it just they're mimicking a tick?
Like, wait,
I don't
subconsciously
know.
mimicking it, though?
Well, I don't know. But they're, some of these girls have gone to see a doctor, and they've told them, what have you been doing? Well, I've been watching a lot of TikTok videos about Tourette's. And boy, what a fascinating series of TikTok videos that would be when you're a Tourette's aficionado.
Mm-hmm.
But they're saying that some of these girls, they're developing, tics. I don't know how they. All right, enough of that. I don't know how they said teenage girls from around the globe have been showing up at doctors' offices. Physical jerking movements, that could come in handy, and verbal outbursts. since the start of the pandemic, that pediatricians and other doctors have looked at some girls, and that some of them are becoming quite concerned. And who knows? If you have 5 girls from around the world that this happens to, it's going to get a write-up in the Wall Street Journal. But maybe you've got a teenage daughter. Maybe you've got a tween daughter who spends a lot of time. You hear the noise faintly in the background from the other room. You don't want to hover over her. She's coming into her own, and she's becoming a young woman, and you want to give her the freedom and the space to do that. But off in the distance, you hear her on her phone, and you hear Tourette's videos. And everybody thinks Tourette's is just tics. And if you ever meet anybody with Tourette syndrome, those tics can take a variety of, they can manifest in many different ways. Everybody thinks that Tourette's is just somebody screaming out curse words. And that's not it. I mean, that's one form of the verbal tics, but some people have, it can really run the gamut.
There's a guy who was doing comedy for a while, and he has Tourette's, and he would talk about it on stage. He was on some radio shows, and I saw him in person once, and he talked about I think he was on MTV Real Life. What is that? What is it? The show?
True Life.
True Life.
True
yeah.
Life.
He was on True Life, and something that would happen is if you said jump, he jumped. But you couldn't be having a conversation with him. It had to be almost catch him off guard.
It was a twitch.
Yeah. So if
or a tick. I mean, not a twitch.
And then he walked by me at this show that I was at.
Oh, you recognized him?
Yeah, and I go, jump. And he jumps. And I was like,
"Aw,
it's real." And he's like, "It's real." And I was like, "I'm sorry."
Sounds like hypnosis gone wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know.
That used to happen to David Lee Roth, too. When somebody sell him to jump, he would do it. Scissor kick.
Might as well.
It's a fascinating thing to watch. Now, was he... But why go public with something like that? I was going to say,
because people
every person who sees you and recognizes you would say jump. You'd be running around hopping like you were on a friggin' invisible pogo stick.
And the thing was, it's not like he did this on Delilah. He talked about this on the Opie and Anthony show, and those fans definitely took advantage of it.
Yeah, that's his fault. Yeah. That's 100% on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't count on people being respectful when you share something like that, because they were like, "Oh, BS," or say it. and then everyone else wants to find out, "Oh, that sucks."
Yeah, but as long as you hear someone say jump, you could do it even if it wasn't real.
It was, but
it would just be a lot of work to keep up with it.
But the response time is pretty incredible. So even if it is a bit that he was putting on, I said jump, and he was boom right in there.
He said how high?
He didn't even say it. He just did it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's kind of like a awful disease, because or syndrome. It's Tourette syndrome. So you're just be in a quiet place, and then you'll just shout things, because it comes in different forms. Some of them are twitches, some of them are sayings. I remember the Cartman episode, or the South Park episode where Cartman had Tourette's, and he just used it to say all these racial slurs, and no one could say anything about it.
Well, it starts when you're a kid, and for some people, it will go away, or but they can't cure it. There's no cure for Tourette's, but it'll. Some people learn to minimize their tics.
How do you know?
There's also that guy that he went viral back in the early days of the internet for Tourette's guy.
Oh my God!
Well,
I was obsessed with him.
How do you know if you have that? How do you get diagnosed with that? How do you know someone's not?
Go to the doctor.
You watch TikTok.
But what I'm saying is, how do you know someone's not BSing and they're just using it?
Because it's a medical professional who tells you if you have it or not.
But I'm asking if any medical professionals are listening. How do you diagnose something like that? Is there something in your brain that could tells these professionals, hey, this is I want to know?
I think you could probably determine in a young child, if you get a 7-year-old who's doing something repeatedly, blinking or shrugging or making noise, they're probably not faking, because A, why would you do that? And B, that's a pretty high confront as a kid to keep doing. Well, but there are a billion ways kids can get attention. You could be right, but I think that a doctor would probably be able to suss out whether or not the kid was doing it for attention.
Well, that's what I'm saying. South Park kind of
because sometimes it gets worse as they get older.
Yeah, South Park kind of ruined me, because I thought Tourette's was just oh, you twitch, you blink funny, or you move a certain way, you're jittery. But I didn't know that. I was like, how can you just shout things and not know what they mean, or you're not trying to hurt someone, but you just shout obscenities. Like, why does your brain go to the obscenities first? That's what I.
Why does a voice in people's head tell them to kill their family instead of like, hey, go donate to the poor?
Okay,
I don't know.
fair
The
enough.
brain's a weird. But like Billie Eilish has Tourette's. She's spoken about that. So it takes a lot of different forms. There could be motor tics. Could be somebody who blinks all the time. Could be sniffing. So that's another thing too. Does this 6-year-old have Tourette's, or is he doing a lot of cocaine?
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. You've got to figure that out. I got a call about
cocaine.
Cocaine. Yeah.
79-year-old crackheads.
On the After Hours line.
And it's going to play right now.
Yeah, sure will. Hold on. Can't wait till this is all in the cloud. Downtown, it's going to be great when it's all in the
Wi-Fi
cloud.
goes out and-
Oh, it's fantastic.
No one's going to hack it or anything.
It'll be great. Be on hold with somebody from Nashville all the time. So fun.
Yo, Alan P1 here. Hey, never told you guys a lot about myself. I'm actually a 100-year-old cokehead. I'm driving out to go grab cocaine from my dealer. We're going to go play bingo later tonight. We'll grab an 8-ball and just blow it up our snoot, just go hog wild. Got to get home early because tomorrow I'm getting my letter from my mayor congratulating on me being 100 years old. Quick question. Is it pretty common in talk show radios for tertiary hosts to consistently interrupt the primary host with interjections about her hometown, small Michigan venues of comedy that are really not too appreciated by anyone that listens? Is that normal, or just constantly crowbar for herself in there? Is there any chance that she could just kind of wait for a break? It's like Poundcake, but with their mic up all the time. Either way, I love the 1921 broadcast. I remember going to that World Series. That was fantastic. No one will ever top the Babe. It's going to be the best. I'll talk to you later.
He came for you, Mary.
It doesn't matter.
He came for you.
But as a baby, he was at that World Series game. And he remembers it.
He remembers it as a baby.
That's how much cocaine he's
Because he's 100 years old, and he's going to put an 8-ball up his snoot. He's got that old-timey lingo out there, too.
Is it possible to remember?
He's mad at you, Mary.
Everybody's
Stop
mad at
interrupting.
me. I posted.
Stop.
I posted.
Don't.
A video yesterday saying I was joking, saying that apples are a very dramatic fruit because as soon as you cut them up, they turn brown, and they're like, "Oh, look at me!" And I was being silly, and someone replied and was like, "Get a job, slacker." I was like,
What? That's not even appropriate to the comment.
It has nothing to do with anything. But
Get a job, slacker.
or get a real job, slacker.
Because they don't think this is a real job.
Yeah,
I see.
or because I was joking about apples. I have no idea.
Well, maybe it was an apple farmer.
Oh,
and they're
it might have been an apple farmer.
Maybe it's an apple farmer,
never
or maybe
thought
he's a
about that.
descendant of Johnny Appleseed.
But if you were an apple farmer,
You don't know
surely
people
you would
struggle.
know how quickly they brown.
Yes.
The air hits them, and they just go, yes, once you've removed the flesh, boy.
Drama queens,
Maybe it's
though.
a race
Gross.
thing. Like, what's wrong with brown?
That's what I was saying. I was like, apples are drama queens. Like, get over yourself. You don't have to be so dramatic as soon as I cut you up. It was very clearly a joke.
And what a racist comment from that person, too, that the browner that fruit gets, the angrier they are.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
But that's,
Get
you
a
know
real
what?
job, slacker.
I'm just done. And you guys were right when you're like, stop letting everybody get to you. Like last year in 2019 and 2020, when I would get really, really upset when people would like negatively comment or not like
That was a
something
learning
that I
curve
do.
because you were new on the show,
Took
too.
me 2 years. It's
Yeah.
taken me almost 3 years now. This is my third year being on the show pretty much full time. And I'm just getting to the point where I'm letting things roll off my back, where I'm like, you know what? People are going to get mad no matter what I do. So
Especially, like, I never get upset if somebody has a criticism that I think is constructive.
Yeah, and
or if
I'm
somebody
so
that
willing
it's
to that.
apropos to the conversation.
Mhm.
But if you go, oh my God, guys, apples, am I right? Get a real job, slacker. That, or maybe they were kidding.
No.
Why?
Because I went back through.
It's too silly to be serious.
I went back through some of the other messages that this person had sent me because they were in like my filtered folder, so I had not seen them, and they're all like that. Where it's not like
so it doesn't matter what you do; it's just somebody doesn't like
this
you.
person doesn't like me. Yeah, that's what
that's
it
the
is.
very last
Which
person
is
to pay attention to.
Always the most interesting thing to follow somebody that you don't like.
It just made me giggle. Oh, here it is. Get a job, slacker. So it's that, or then it's show me your butt. Boots give your ass a nice lift.
Here's what you do, though.
All kinds of different
Well, it sounds like he does like you for some reason.
What you should do is you should force him to make some difficult decisions about himself.
Mhm.
Is you should take a photo of you with a slice of browning apple on your ass.
and post it right on the top.
How do you like this?
How do you like them apples?
There you go.
How about a little apple cake for
What I find interesting is when someone thinks that you can't take criticism when they're just saying, I think you suck. And then you're like, okay.
Yeah.
And like, I'll block them or something. And they'll be like, oh, you can't take criticism. I'm like, that's not criticism. You're just saying, I suck.
Right.
That's not criticism. That's not constructive criticism. That's just you not liking me. So I'm saving you the trouble of having to interact with me.
Yeah.
You're not Socrates, bunghole 62. Calm down.
And it is always a name like that. I had
Sure, of course.
one guy who followed me.
Super subtle.
One guy who followed me, who I didn't have a problem with the guy. But he kept sending me screenshots of our Reddit page when people would say nasty things about me on the Reddit.
Don't ever go on a Reddit page.
Well, I didn't go on it, this specific follower. And we had like nice interactions before. And then he kept sending me. And I was like, hey, man, this is nothing against you, but I'm going to delete you because I don't want to see this anymore. Like, I specifically don't go to pages like this.
I didn't know we had a Reddit page.
I told you week one,
Because
don't
I
ever go to our
was
Reddit
on
page.
there. And that's what was hurting my feelings so much. I stopped going, and then this follower would send them to me, and I blocked him. I was like, hey, nothing against you, but you do this every single day, and I don't need to see it.
Your stuff
So I
doesn't go
just-
to message requests?
I had accepted it. He and I had like a decent conversation before that.
And how nice that you're still saying nothing against you.
Well, because I was like, we've had nice interactions, but please stop doing this.
Oh,
I
I
don't
see.
care what these people say.
Yeah.
And he kept every day, look what this person said. Oh,
Yeah.
but
Like,
he was like
well, 'cause-
trying to do it to get on my good side. Like, I can't believe how stupid these people are. Look
Yeah.
at what they said about you. And I'm like, please stop doing
Talk
this.
about get a
Like,
job slacker. Bro,
Right.
aren't you late for something?
It doesn't matter. So thank you for the call. Yeah, I'm going to stop interrupting.
Stop. What?
Did I tell you about Maria's Halloween trick-or-treating that's coming up?
Is it by that lake?
No, it's by Coal Lake, but when I was in Michigan doing a
I
show,
gotta go
Alan,
to a break,
I gotta...
Mary. I've gotta go. Was it in 2014? I've
I
got to
was
go to a
sober,
break.
so-
Yeah, it's
2019.
What it
probably
was.
January.
35192 if you want to text for anything. I will have Guar tickets for you when I'm back from this break. They're doing a show at the House of Blues on November the 7th. It's the Scumdogs 30th anniversary tour. So that's about a week or so away. And then the next chance for you to grab some money, $1,000, you can go fund yourself coming up at 3:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
GWAR? Well, yeah, you do. It's the Scumdogs' 30th anniversary tour in all of their gooey glory. GWAR with special guests Napalm Death and I Hate God. Good lineup, boy. Sunday, November 7th at the House of Blues. That's a week from this Sunday. Tickets are on sale. If you go to livenation.com, you can get whatever other info you need. But otherwise, call 10. You got a pair for GWAR and company right now. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Rest assured, when all else fails to entertain you, so will he.
You guys suck!
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
You want to go see GWAR, Mary?
I do like GWAR.
Do you?
I saw them once. It was fun.
Even without Dave Rocky?
That was odorous.
Odorous Orungus.
Uh-huh. I saw them for
Womb with a View.
Huh?
The song's called Womb with a View.
Oh, I saw them for like my 23rd or 24th birthday the night before Thanksgiving.
Here in town?
Here in town at House of Blues.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I had ever crowd surfed. And I was like a little kid on a slide. I would like, as soon as I got done crowd surfing, I'd run back to the back of the room and do it again. And my boyfriend and I at the time went to Thanksgiving dinner the next day, and we had like the blue all around our hair because they spray that fake bodily fluids all over it.
Yep.
So we had it like in our hair and like our ears.
It's a fun
stuff.
show.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I always feel bad for the venues that have to clean up after, or any show like that. But they've been around a long time. It's got to be somebody's kid in that band now. It's not the original people. I mean, not all of them anyway. But they've been around since '84. So anyway, I'll have more GWAR tickets for you tomorrow and Friday, right around this time. Tomorrow on the show, our friend Roy Wood Jr. is going to check in around 3:30. He is going to be talking about his brand new hour, which premieres on Comedy Central Friday night. It's called Imperfect Messenger. It'll premiere at 11 o'clock Eastern. Comedy Central, that would put it squarely on Paramount Plus if you have that as a streamer. For a long time, that was the only way because Paramount and Viacom, I think, are the same company. And so for a while, Hulu didn't have any of those Viacom properties. And then I noticed that Hulu, if you have Hulu Live TV, which I have, they finally have Comedy Central on there. But they didn't for a long time.
You want to know how dumb I am?
How dumb are you?
When I heard that he was doing a special, I was like, oh, I wonder if it's going to be on Netflix or HBO. Forgetting he works for The Daily Show.
Works for Viacom already.
So it's very likely that they'll keep that in-house.
Yeah.
It's not unheard of, but I'm like, oh, Comedy Central, yeah.
He's right next door.
Yeah.
He's just down the hall. So tomorrow, Roy Wood Jr. Big Jay Okerson's going to be in here at some point. I think maybe on Friday. And Wes Scantlin from Puddle of Mud, I've been informed that he will not be playing live. But he will be in here on Friday to talk about, and early in the show, by the way, because he's got sound check, so he's going to be here for like the second segment of the show.
Oh, cool.
On Friday, Puddle of Mud's doing a show at the Odeon on Friday night, and I want to pick his brain about a handful of things, not the least of which is, of course, one of Mary's favorite songs, rather. I was kind of bummed that he wasn't going to be playing live. We can get a...
I need an easy friend. I do. With the head to hand. I do. Make you fit this shoe. I do. But you have a clue.
Had a great idea, by the way.
Yeah.
What if he hops up and performs this with Dave Grohl at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony?
He might.
On Saturday night.
Or maybe he'll do it at House of Blues on Thursday.
He probably will, right?
Dave Grohl walks out.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, if he walks out at the Foo show tomorrow night. That'd be a lot of fun. I was looking at the Foo Fighters set list last night to kind of get an idea of what they play and what they don't play. And, man, after 25 years... and listen, not every band that's been around for 25 years will have a string of huge hits. Foo Fighters happen to have that. So you can go out, have a great time. It's got to be
songs.
It's got to be relaxing as a band. You know, part of any performance is relaxation, I think. If you're just kind of in a good mindset and you're relaxed, and if you're a spoken word performer, you know your lines. If you're in a band, you know the songs. But for the audience to know every single song, it's got to be more fun to do a show like that where anything you play, everything you've picked, Everybody will know. Everybody will love. And you can go off in a couple different directions if you want to. I imagine they'll probably throw in one of the disco songs they did.
That'd be fun.
Sure. Cavaliers will play tonight. It's a late game. They have next two games are West Coast games. So they're playing the Clippers tonight at 10:30. And then they'll be off tomorrow night. And then they'll play the Lakers on Friday night. They'll play the Suns in Phoenix on Saturday night. And then Sunday is Browns game day against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Bill's excited about that. Everyone's excited about that.
It's going to be
for Sunday afternoon.
Crazy weekend here in Cleveland.
Can't take it with you, Le'Veon.
Le'Veon.
Can't take it with you, Le'Veon.
World Series started
last night. Yeah,
pretty wild. The first pitch was a home run.
Oh, boy.
The first batter in Game 1 of the World Series hit a home run. The Braves won Game 1, 6-2 over the cheating Astros. Game 2 is tonight in Houston. Oh, I don't want that. Anytime.
Here's one
Anytime.
slammed into left field. How about that start to the World Series? Soler will take the trip. And he puts Atlanta up 1-0 with a first swing of the Fall Classic.
Mm-hmm. First swing, first batter, home run. Braves win 6-2 if you're paying attention.
That's some relaxation right there.
Relaxation.
You're in a real high-pressure situation, and you're that relaxed that you're like, yeah, I'll just swing at the first pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got it. Oh, it's out. We're off to a good start.
Pretty cool.
Start. Yeah. We're doing it.
They're also making a big deal about the fact that the Braves pitcher, turned out he was pitching on a broken leg. They took him out in the third inning, but Charlie Morton was he threw a curveball past Jose Altuve. And he had already taken 102 mile per hour ball to his leg in an earlier pitch. They just hit it straight back to the pitcher's mound.
Ooh.
And it was 102 miles per hour, and it bounced off his right leg. It bounced so hard off his right leg that it ricocheted to first base for an out.
Oof.
And he was kind of rubbing it because he goes, oh, this
So he made the
hurts.
play, yeah.
And then he kept playing, and then in the third inning, they took him out and determined that his fibula was fractured. Pretty wild. So by the time the third inning hit, his leg had started to swell. So I guess by then you go, hey, guys, could somebody look at this, please? He was just thinking, that got me good, and I was kind of walking funny. I didn't think anything about it. But then they took an X-ray, and he had a fracture.
The fibula, that's...
The fibula!
It's in your shin bone. Your tibia and your fibula are connected.
The tibia is the littler one?
I don't know.
I think so.
Because there's two bones there, right?
They look like what's this?
A wishbone?
The tibia is the
like
bigger
a wishbone.
one.
They look
They
like
don't
like an
diamond?
ellipse. What the hell is the shape I'm thinking of? Where it's connected and then it's like an oval almost.
Maybe an ellipse?
An
like
ellipse?
an aperture?
Sure.
Maybe another orifice?
No, like a bow almost. Like it's like almost, right?
A diamond?
No, like a bow.
Diamond!
The fibula is the smaller one.
Okay.
Do you follow Bryan Cranston on Instagram, by the way?
I do, but I didn't see anything he posted.
He posted something about the World Series, calling out the Astros for being cheaters.
Nice. Good for him.
Big, long post. I was born and raised in L.A., so I've loved the Dodgers all my life, and by extension, I've hated the San Francisco Giants and their success against us, but I've never disrespected them. That's not the case with the Astros. Big, long caption on this. They've been exposed as cheaters, not in a good old-fashioned baseball way, but in a calculated, devious use of technology in a trash can way. And they sullied the reputation of baseball, their fans, and themselves out of pure ego. They disrespected the game. He goes on and on and on about the Astros. He said, so maybe baseball writers can administer justice to these cheaters by remembering years from now that several great players are hoping to enter the Hall of Fame. Jose Altuve and Bregman in Korea. They all have a good shot of being elected to the Hall of Infamy. I hope they make it. And he tags it, Go Braves. So he's very much a baseball fan and not a fan of the Houston Astros.
Well, it's also crazy how they were caught cheating and the punishment was so minimal. I mean, when
But that's how it always is when somebody gets caught cheating.
Not back in the day, not when your
Really?
Black Sox got caught. They kicked Shoeless Joe Jackson out of the league. They said, "You're done here,
Well,
boy."
it wasn't a multi-billion-dollar business back then. They're looking at guys who
But I feel like
they've
that's
invested
why
a
you
lot
should
of money in. They weren't paying guys $25 million a year.
I still think that's why you got to show the integrity of the game.
I agree with you,
and
but I'm not surprised when they give him a slap on the wrist.
No suspension or anything. Like, it was really, really a weak punishment.
Yeah. That's why when they were accused again of cheating, people just went, yeah, well, that's the Astros.
Yeah, they cheat, yeah. And then all the players get mad, like, what? You didn't cheat. We never cheat.
Not us.
Like, come on.
Guys.
Yeah, all right.
Got $1,000 here for you. If you want that, maybe you would. Chance for you to go fund yourself about 30 past every hour. So this is your most current opportunity. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
What's going on, Mike?
Well, I got a bit of a bone to pick with you. So, this...
Is it a fibula?
Yeah. Well, an oblong bone.
Yeah.
Oblong.
There you go.
I've been trying to make some extra scratch this football season, and so I've been doing a bunch of research. I've never was really much of a sports bettor, but, I've been trying to pay attention to your show, obviously get informed, listen to the Poundcake sports breaks.
Mm-hmm.
I've been, the last week I started listening to that Terry guy, the greatest of all time one that you have there picking winners.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell you, it really screwed me this week. I really got killed on all the bets I placed based on this Terry guy. And I just don't understand, how you can call him the greatest of all time.
Mike, boy, I couldn't feel worse about this. Last week, Terry did go 4-6. Boy, you're not kidding when you say he got screwed. But it's not greatest of all time, and you bring up a good point that perhaps I haven't been clear about this. It's not the GOAT. Terry is a GOAT. And
greatest of all time.
The animal. She's an actual goat, and she lives out in Pennsylvania, and the guy who owns the farm has her pick games for us. So she's an actual goat. She's not. Now, whether or not she's the greatest of all time as a goat, I don't know. But to make it just abundantly clear to you, she is a goat. So,
I didn't realize it was an actual goat.
Not to say that you can't.
This guy Terry.
Not to say that you can't continue to use her to guide your bets. Just that's my caveat to you, is that it is in fact an animal, not a guy named Terry who's the greatest of all time.
Well, I can tell you, it's probably better for me to shadow pick a goat versus sort of trying to pick it myself. So
it might be. It's your money. It's your time. Your resources, Mike.
Well, thanks, Alan.
Okay. Happy betting. Thank you, pal. I appreciate the call.
GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
Right. Not an scapegoat. Escape greatest of all time. So there you go, Mike. We will get Week 8 picks as we unbelievably get to the middle of the season, pretty much. It's already been 7 weeks of football.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
This year is flying by. It's about to be Thanksgiving.
Bro.
The most expensive Thanksgiving of all time, they're saying.
Why?
Because of skimpflation, because of inflation.
I don't even eat skimp.
Mary's birthday.
Well, then you'll be fine.
Cody knows.
You're allergic to skimp?
I'm allergic to skimp.
Well, we always get Thanksgiving dinner catered because we'll make a couple little things here and there, but I don't want to deal with the whole big thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I went kind of starting to put a menu together, and it is going to be very expensive this year. Very expensive.
You're doing it wrong.
I'd love some guidance.
Noodles.
Cacio de pepe, all right? Get an egg, get some pepper, butter, noodles.
That's all you need, noodles.
Well, because Gwen's no help. Because it's not her fault. She goes,
you know that, Gwen?
She
you
goes,
hear that?
Well, because I confer with her on this, and she goes, I don't like Thanksgiving food. She doesn't care about like turkey and stuffing. She goes, that's not for me.
Right.
So whatever you want, that's what we'll figure out. And I go, well, it's also, I mean, it's not, because just us and my mother-in-law, But the less work in the kitchen any of us have to do, the happier I am.
Right.
So we can just kind of kick it and have fun, whatever.
You're a millionaire.
But it's going to be, and I'm a millionaire, so it's going to be fine, sure. But it's going to be you read all these articles. I was reading an article, they said inflation, yes, but the trend, they're calling it skimpflation. In that, and it's just another form of inflation, but they're like, you might have noticed, the price of things has not changed. They're just giving you less for what you're paying for. Oh. So you might have noticed this when you were at the hotel the last time on the road, right? They're like, you go to a hotel for breakfast, there's a whole lot of things they don't have, right? So it's not like prices, there are some prices that are going up, gas prices and things like that, but they're like more often than not what you see is prices with products and services stay the same, they're just giving you way less. There's no housekeeping.
Yes,
at
that's
the
a big
hotel.
One. What?
There's
no.
There is, but it's like
they
if you're
come in every 3 days.
Yes, if you're staying, if you're there for like a night, which
They're
I
not
usually
changing
when I
it,
travel,
yeah.
I'm usually somewhere for a night. I
didn't know that.
They're not doing anything. Yeah, so it was a really interesting article that they're like, it's not so much that the price of things is going way up; it's that they're staying the same. But it's just another form of inflation. You're getting less for what you pay for.
So if you go to a hotel and they don't have the
staff is there all the time, but they only clean the rooms. I mean, they clean them every time someone checks out. But if you're there for 5 days,
that's what I make sure. Yeah.
If you're there for 5 days, they will clean them once.
That's how I treat a hotel room anyway.
I never have it. Yeah,
I never have them come in.
I just need more towels. Usually, is the only thing I'll ever need from housekeeping. But yeah, that's everywhere. They're like, we're not making your bed every day. Get over it.
Because people don't tip anyways, and people live atrocious.
I tip.
I would say most people don't tip.
I didn't even know you were
supposed
to.
But like, I have a friend. Whenever I travel with her, like her room, like she checks into her room, and I'm like, okay, I'm in this room next door. I'll go over to her room 10 minutes later. Clothes everywhere, makeup, everything is askew. I'm like, how did you do this to your hotel room in 10 minutes? She's like, what? I just like to feel at home. I'm like, this is how you feel at home. Clothes all over the floor.
When I get to a hotel room, the first thing I do is unpack. I will go pull
the comforter off.
Well, no, I'll go put all my stuff where it goes. So I bring my own little shampoo and conditioner.
I never unpack.
I hang up all my shirts you're also not going on stage, so I don't want to look all a wrinkled mess. Yeah. You know what I mean?
There's an iron in the room.
Right, but I'm saying like I hang up my stuff right when I get there. I put my makeup in the bathroom.
You move in, basically.
I basically move in for 3 days.
I'm the same way because especially when you are on the road that much, that is your home for the next few days. So like living out of this suitcase gets depressing. So when you have to there's something about just like opening a drawer, opening a closet, seeing stuff in there makes you feel better than when you're just rooting around in your suitcase.
Yeah.
The lead example in this article on skimpflation was how 20 years ago a ticket to Disneyland cost $41. Now it costs $161 to go to Disneyland for a person. But they're so focused on squeezing out every last bit of profit, they're cutting back on customer service. So when you go to Disneyland, they haven't started the trams back up that would take you from the parking lot to the park. They're not running. So people are paying tons of money for these tickets, and they're walking like a mile to get into the park. And so people are freaking out about that. They're like, pizza places take longer to deliver. Airlines are putting people on. So it's like prices aren't necessarily going up on things, but you're seeing a marked decline in customer service and resources and things like that.
I'm fine with that. I can wait. I'll wait on things. I can.
Yeah, I'm not pulling my hair out either.
I don't need to. Like you go, hey, your pizza's going to be 50 minutes. Okay.
But if you were traveling all the time, that would get real annoying real quick. Yeah.
I mean, I'll say that. Especially with the airlines where there's just not. This past weekend when I was flying home from DC, they were training new people, which I understand there's labor shortage. I'm happy you guys are getting new people, but everything took twice as long.
And also
because they had a trainee doing everything. So you're just kind of standing there, and every time any little hiccup goes, instead of the experienced person just fixing it in 2 seconds, they have to explain every single step to it. So it was that's like the more of what I've been seeing is that there's a lot of trainees who don't know what they're doing.
Right.
So it's either short-staffed or they have the people, but they're inexperienced.
Well, I remember what brought this into focus for me was just driving last time we did a big road trip. And if you pulled off to get gas or something, you stopped at like a turnpike rest stop. the fast food places, even if you just need a napkin, the napkin holders are empty. There's no straws in the
one
thing.
person working there,
or
they're-
whatever,
yeah.
or they're just not keeping them in stock. You know, we pulled through a McDonald's a while ago, and the girl comes on and goes in the drive-thru. She goes, "Just FYI, we're out of soda." And I wasn't going to get
soda?
that, but I was like, "How can you be out of soda?" Hey, we're out of meat.
Right.
Yeah.
They might be out of like the machine's broken, or they're
No
out
clue.
of whatever.
I've heard. I know you guys are always faking that the ice cream machines aren't milkshakes or whatever broken.
How you out of all soda?
Ask them. I got to take a break. You want to get a text? 35192 for anything. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. You can watch the show live there. New Poundcake podcast is up there too. New episode today. And we'll get to the Poundcake sports break later around 5:20. You see Bill Murray is joining the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh, nice.
Pretty exciting.
Is he the new Captain America?
He is not the new Captain. Boy, I wish. No, he's going to show up in Ant-Man 3, which is still a couple years away. Ant-Man 3, I think, is supposed to be out in 2023, maybe? Yeah.
24 or something like that.
The last Phase 4 movie that currently has a release date is Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. And Bill Murray has confirmed that he will be in it. Jonathan Majors plays Kang the Conqueror now in the movies. They introduced him in Loki, if you're watching that on Disney+. But it's going to be Bill Murray showing up in the new Ant-Man movie.
I'm for it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know who he'll play, and he hasn't said. But he did mention to someone in an interview recently that he had recently made a Marvel movie. I guess Peyton Reed, who's the guy that directs these Ant-Man movies, I guess he's friends with Bill Murray.
So he's got the number.
I guess so. Yeah, because you have to call Bill Murray. Yeah. He doesn't have management. He doesn't have an agent. You have to have Bill Murray's phone number if you want him for something.
What if he was just describing a movie he did as a Marvel?
This movie I did was an absolute marvel.
Right.
There's a guy in a suit who gets really, really tiny.
It's crazy.
Oh, Ant-Man? No.
No.
No, it's all, there's a dream and...
the story of Vern Troyer's life.
Mm-hmm. Mini Marvel is what it's called. Because Bill Murray has said before that he had no interest in doing comic book movies, but I guess he liked the cut of Peyton Reed's jib. So maybe he'll be in it for a couple of seconds, I don't know.
I think it'll probably be probably similar to Lawrence Fishburne's role in Ant-Man and the Wasp, where he's like in it for a few minutes, a couple scenes, but not like...
Well, spoiler alert,
time.
Bill.
For what?
Thanks, I haven't seen the second one.
You haven't seen the one that came out?
That came out 3 years ago? No,
yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Well, also, it wasn't a secret.
I got to tell you, I love Paul Rudd, and that Evangeline Lilly can do anything, and I'll pay attention to it. But these Ant-Man, I watched the first Ant-Man movie, and I'm like, maybe it's because I don't care that much about Ant-Man. It was never, on my radar that much. And even for people who aren't into it, if you cast it properly, and Michael Douglas is in it, and,
I think they're funny and they're fun, and they're like
heist
films.
I just didn't pay attention to the second one. I still haven't seen it.
Well, it's on
Is it
Disney
good?
Plus. I liked it. It's funny, and it's got Walton Goggins in it, who I love.
Oh, yeah.
And there's
John Bronco.
Yeah. And then Michael Pena's back, and he's very funny in it. It's probably the silliest of all the franchises.
Okay.
So I like it.
All right.
They're not afraid to do some dumb gags on those ones.
Well, I can't believe that this took as long as it did. We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago in all the hubbubaloo, to quote Poundcake, around the Cleveland Indians name change. I don't know if it was a matter of undue diligence or what, but there was already a Cleveland roller derby team called the Cleveland Guardians, and they complained at the time. But now they're suing the Cleveland Guardians baseball team, saying that... the Cleveland Guardians MLB organization offered very little compensation and then lied to the patent office about the name being available. So the Cleveland, and again, anybody who was familiar, I had never heard of the Cleveland Guardians roller derby team before that became a story, but I'm sure there are a lot of people who had and were probably scratching their heads wondering why, out of all the names that could have been taken by the baseball team, they picked the Guardians. Now, I don't know if the roller derby team took their name from if they had the same dopey idea to pull those traffic statues for their name, but that's what the Major League Baseball team did. And so now they're going to court over it.
I'm pretty sure that's where the roller derby team got it from.
So 2 organizations named their sports team after the traffic statues?
Yeah. Why do you hate those statues so much?
I don't hate the statues. There's a billion things you could name after. I don't hate them. I'm completely indifferent to them. I lived in Ohio City for many years, saw them every day. I am entirely indifferent to them. I don't understand out of all the other things. 2 teams said, yup, traffic statues. That's what we're going with.
I mean, I designed a shirt that was based on those statues, so.
That's a shirt, man. I mean, a Major League Baseball team, $1 billion organization.
Yeah.
Who's got the money to move some things around.
They're good statues, man. They're
Says who?
Cleveland.
It's a Mandela effect.
History.
It's the Mandela effect.
Here we go.
It's true. Everybody's led to believe that it's like this great thing because you feel like a dope if you don't go along with it. You're like, yeah, cool, the statues. Anywho, Major League Baseball would never let somebody name their lacrosse team the Chicago Cubs, said a lawyer for the roller derby Guardians.
Yeah, but a lacrosse team's a lot different than a baseball team. I feel like it's the...
But the point is, if another team's already got the name,
but is it?
You pay for it.
But yeah, I think they should just... And that's... The Cleveland Guardians roller derby team is probably going to get a much better check now.
If you will, I think that Major League Baseball thought they would just roll over the Cleveland Guardians.
Jam them up.
But I'll tell you what, I would love to see us go to court and sit in front of a jury of their peers because the list of plaintiffs on this is amazing. They have Skate Winslet is their lead counsel, right? Second chair, Crush Limbaugh.
Yep.
Smashley Simpson is in there too. Carmen Monoxide, fantastic. Miranda Slambert. They can't go wrong with these people. Conquistador, that's my favorite one.
Wait, what's
I gotta
that?
tell you, it's
oh boy.
So best to the and again, I listen. I hope everybody makes out. You know, we've got a very nice relationship.
Yeah, make out.
You know,
Let's get over that name change. We're all just people that are horny. Let's make out.
We're all just people that are horny. Put that on a shirt. So I hope that Weird Al Shankovich will be able to find some common ground there with the organization. Lucille Brawl is also part of the list of plaintiffs as well. So it was a fait accompli that something like that was going to happen. It wasn't just going to go by the wayside and the roller derby organization go, okay, fine. It strikes me that maybe the Indians organization at the time just, threw them a couple of bucks and figured that was going to be it.
Is there a team that wouldn't be offended by a name change that, like, if they were like the Indians and then they change it to something a little bit softer, is there a group of fans that wouldn't be outraged no matter what it was? Like figure skating or...
oh, you don't mean just a baseball team?
No, I'm saying what league that has the most understanding fans? They're like, you know what? We are competitive grass mowers. We can't be offended by that.
I don't know if you're going to find the most understanding at the competitive grass mower team.
You absolutely are not. I'm not going to come to your fescue.
There's hundreds of sports and hundreds of sports fans. So I want to know if any of them would be like, you know what? We've been bigots for so long. We need to change this name.
Bigots for so long.
Have you ever met someone that is aware of their bigotry?
But I want them to realize that afterwards.
Right, but that's just not how...
Write the script.
I don't know if you know how bigots work.
How long are you
I've been a bigot for so long, and I had a good run. My daddy was a bigot. My daddy's daddy was a bigot.
They kind of dig their heels in on stuff.
The cycle has to end somewhere.
I think it might be. Yeah, the cycle is always ended by force, not by people coming to their right mind and going, you know what, maybe we were wrong the whole time. I got to tell you, as sensitive as people are, I'm surprised because Indians, Braves, that's the easy stuff. I'm surprised no one has suggested that the 49ers change their name. Because if you know your history, the 49ers, of course, came from the California Gold Rush. And the California Gold Rush killed a lot of indigenous people in California. They killed a lot of people out there. So many people moved to California because they thought there was gold in them Nar Hills. That's how California became a state. The state of California in the 1800s basically went from a few thousand people to about 600,000 people in 3 years because everybody from around the world, no less, was moving out to California. And they killed a lot of people. So again, I admit it's a stretch, but people are stretching these days. So I'm curious, because they're already talking about the Braves are in the World Series. It was like, when are the Braves going to start having some serious conversations? I don't know if brave is a slur. I mean,
well, I don't know if you've
but 49ers. I mean, if you've ever read any history on the California Gold Rush, it was very bloody.
I don't know if you've ever heard of a little town called Bree, Ohio.
I haven't. Could you tell me more about it?
Let me tell you something.
Could you take me on a little trip?
Let me tell you something about their high school.
Mhm.
They were the Brea Braves, was the mascot.
Mhm.
And we never changed. So just want to throw that in there.
We changed. Oberlin did.
From what to what?
Oberlin was the Oberlin Indians.
Yeah, but Oberlin's super woke, too.
Yeah, we changed years ago. We changed
To what?
To the Oberlin Phoenix. So we were going to do like the Oberlin Trailblazers. Like there was a number of names in like the little pool, but I guess Phoenix, they wanted no history related to it whatsoever. And that had to be, I want to say like 2005 or 2006. Like it was early. I was still in middle school when that change happened.
I, in high school, tried to get them to change the name of the Medina Bees because of what they did to Macaulay Culkin in My Girl.
It's a big deal.
And also, Bill at the time, as a student, he goes, also, it's just a subpar grade. For those of us who are trying to get straight A's, why even infuse our thoughts and our studies with thoughts of B's?
Yeah, because I was like, grades. Love me some
I know,
grades.
you were really into grades.
I was so into grades. Mary gets mad at me when I'm proud of not graduating high school, but it just makes me laugh when somebody, like someone that works in the news department is like, where'd you go to high school just before the show today? And I was like, Medina. And she's like, oh, that's a good school. I'm like, I didn't graduate. And she's like her.
You're like, I wouldn't know.
The look on her face was just like, huh? And I was like, yeah, bye. Gotta go work.
Yeah.
And so maybe I'm not proud that I didn't graduate. I just like that I've lived a good enough life that when people hear that I didn't really graduate, they're shocked.
And you're more intelligent than people that did graduate.
I didn't say that. I don't know how intelligent I am.
Well, you speak properly.
Sometimes.
Yeah, on the Akron minor league team changed its name twice in the last 10 years, and nobody batted an eye.
The Rubber Ducks?
Yeah, Rubber Ducks. They were the Zips, they were the
Akron Arrows.
Arrows, right. Zips is the college. Right?
I love the Rubber Ducks. That's a great name. And the Arrows, that
and
was
also
an okay name.
Minor league baseball is more jokey.
Yeah.
Dude,
and they
those
change the
tickets
names a lot.
Yeah.
Those tickets are cheap, and it is a good time.
It's a great time. We go to Crushers games in the summer. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, Lake Erie. I'm sorry, not the Lake Erie Crushers. That is.
Gotta change the name. My grandma was crushed by a dump truck.
Yeah. We're now the Steamers. I don't think anybody would be upset at that.
I had a crush on someone and they didn't like me back, so that's not fair.
I'm triggered.
Yeah, I don't feel bad at all.
I got friend zoned by my crush. Gotta change the name.
Whatever.
Also, people are pointing out, or they were rightly so, to quote the great Donovan, quite rightly, that if this MLB lockout happens, we won't even see the Guardians in 2022.
Oh, is there going to be a lockout?
Yeah, they're talking about lockout as we speak.
Why?
Why, yeah.
Union stuff and pay and,
That's not going to happen. There's too much money at stake.
It's happened before. There's always sports lockouts.
There's been strikes and lockouts.
Sure.
That happens all the time.
But I'm
in
saying,
sports.
especially, they lost so much last year. They'll do whatever they have to because they can't afford, and that's like the leverage that they have. So
But
this is like a little tease of the Poundcake Sports Break.
Yeah, I know baseball.
They can't really stop it from happening, though, unless they just cave to. I mean, who's trying to? The players want more stuff, or the teams want?
Yeah, they're headed for a work stoppage in December. It would be the first in 26 years.
Yep.
We haven't had a Major League Baseball lockout in a long time.
Stand up for your rights.
Well, then last time it happened during the season, like partway through that season. I think the players went on strike.
Both sides are currently not optimistic that a new CBA can be a collective bargaining agreement can be agreed to before the current one expires.
Baseball, yeah, baseball. Hitting, fielding, all of that. Baseball.
Work stoppage beginning on December the 2nd, they say, is almost certain. All aspects of the working relationships between players and teams are up for grabs.
December baseball is my favorite.
Mine too.
We're not gonna have it.
They're trying to get out ahead of it.
What is Christmas without baseball?
When the Tigers play the Cubs
Every year.
every year
It's
for
tradition.
Thanksgiving. Negotiations started in the spring, but neither side has been able to come to an agreement. Winter, they say, as a prelude to the likely lockout by the owners, the winter meetings in Orlando are being canceled.
Ooh.
They normally get down there, have some time in the sun.
The hot stove, they call that?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a crazy feeling to know that you have that much value. Does that sound as sad as it sounded in my head? Like that those players know how much they're worth. That they're like, yo,
well, you're only
we will
worth
cost you hundreds of millions of dollars.
But you're only worth what someone's willing to pay for you.
But if they all do it,
well,
you know what I mean?
Right, but it's like you have to all do it. There's guys making league minimum who are like, I'd really like to play baseball.
Yeah.
This is not going to help for me, you know?
Right.
If you're a guy making $30 million a year, you're like, yeah, screw it.
I'll quit.
I'll hit the gym every day and just hang out with my girlfriend, you know?
Yeah.
So the World Series might be the last baseball that we see in a bit. The players have an ambitious negotiating agenda because they're getting a dwindling share of league revenues. There's also pushback against a phenomenon called tanking that's seeing teams choose to be non-competitive. This is how it's kind of like, yeah, we're just going to we're looking ahead to next year. Puts a new spin on there's always next year. It's not just the fans saying that anymore.
No, it's
the
a
players,
strategy that you use to get draft picks and keep your best guys healthy.
Yeah.
So that you can turn your franchise around.
Sure.
That's been going on for a long time.
Well, there you go. So no December baseball.
We don't know anything about that here in Cleveland, of course. So all our sports teams are all good all the time.
All the time. Hey, Quinn.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, I was just commenting. You guys were saying the Rubber Ducks downtown in Akron. It is a great show. It's very family friendly. They do fireworks after every home game. I work at the Jimmy John's in downtown Akron, and they do a great job.
You lost me at family friendly.
So yeah, we got no use for being friendly to families, Quinn. I don't know what to tell you. But so when you're out there,
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to take your kids to a local game and not spend a lot of money.
If I take my kids to a game,
yeah, Akron's not local for me.
I want there to be F-bombs. I want there to be intravenous drug use. I want it. I want nudity. I want it all.
I want
my kids to experience the real world, not some family-friendly version of what the
not
world
some
is.
soft boy baseball.
Yeah. What was that, Quinn?
I said you're in downtown Akron, so they will experience.
That is true. Quinn's got a great
Quinn
point.
makes a good point.
They will be surrounded. So it's more like the Rubber Ducks game is in Oasis.
Yeah.
That's if you could get
in the
down
real
there.
world, you know.
They got construction.
Absolutely, it's a good place to take your kid in a big city.
Well, kind of.
They do
the big city.
After the show, they got good deals going on.
Sure, it's almost like Quinn works for the Rubber Ducks
No,
and
she
not for
works for
Jimmy
Jimmy
John's.
John's.
She's
right.
the new promo girl.
She's
not
making
saying
sandwiches
anything.
and there's fireworks going off in the background. Thank you, Quinn. I appreciate the call. S word for poop. You can hear it in the air. I have to break here. I'll have Black Label Society tickets for you. You want to hear some cursing? I'll meet you at this show. Black Label Society, Obituary, and Prong. Awesome. November 15th. They're all going to play the House of Blues. It's been a minute since any of those bands have been through, I think. So I'll have those tickets for you after the break. And then 4:30 is the next chance for you to grab some money, get $1,000, and go fund yourself coming up.
Unless that text is, "Hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp?" That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
If you want to give me a text, 35192. About 10 minutes from now, I will have another $1,000 for you to win. Chance for you to go fund yourself about 1 hour from now. We'll get to this week's Poundcake Sports Break. Who knows what he's got planned? But it'll be here in a bit. Cavaliers play tonight. Late game, West Coast, Los Angeles Clippers tonight at 10:30. And then Friday night, they'll play the Lakers. And Saturday, they'll play the Suns. So you'll hear all those games, of course, here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app, if you're so inclined. If you listen to the show on the app from out of state, tell me where you do that. I always like to know where people are. Kevin is a new bureau chief in Ann Arbor. Phil listens in Monterey, California. Jennifer is out in Austinburg, Ohio. I heard from Andrew, who lives in Hammondsport, New York. He said that he works in a shop with a lot of different kinds of people. He goes, we got some real left-wing people, we got some real right-wing people. And he said, and we always have the show on. And he said, and I never hear any complaints. And I'm not sure if that's good or bad, quite frankly. But thanks, Andrew. And the crew who's working there in the shop with him. I appreciate that.
Means there's a healthy discourse there.
Matt listens in Frederick, Maryland, and Debbie is one of our bureau chiefs in Boise, Idaho. They just had a mall shooting in Boise. The suspect died.
What's shocking about those is when malls are still open.
That's what I said, but even locally, I've been told that Mary told me there's still a lot of people at the mall.
Big fan of the mall.
Lot of people at the mall. The suspect in the shooting that killed 2 people and injured 4 other people at a mall in Boise. Suspect died. The 4 injured victims are all expected to survive. They're not sure if he killed himself or has there been a hail of gunfire between him and the cops. 27-year-old Jacob Bergquist was the suspect. And they couldn't find any connection between him and the victims. But he was known to local police as being a guy who was up to no good a lot. He was known to the mall security. They had spoken to him on previous occasions about disruptive conduct and trespassing. That's what sucks. Here's a guy, we were having the conversation yesterday about domestic violence or stalking, where the cops go, well, we can't do anything until he does something, which is essentially going, well, until he tries to kill you. So if you're mall security or local law enforcement in Boise and you know who this dude is, you can't see the future. You might have a pretty good finger on the pulse of what could happen, and here's somebody else walking out of Charlotte Russe. Just trying to live their life. This right before 2 o'clock local time. And there was a dude just walking around, firing off rounds. So that happened out in Boise. So thank you to our bureau chief who sent me that. I guess. Thanks. It's kind of the unspoken agreement with our bureau chiefs is they'll send me things or what's going on in their neck of the woods. I'm sure that's not the only thing going on in Boise. It's a sizable metropolitan area.
That's what just what
This surface. Is what makes There was a guy in Ohio. I don't know where this is. Blue Ash, Ohio. Anybody know where?
Cincinnati.
Is it?
That's just outside of Cincinnati.
Blue Ash, Ohio. A 79-year-old guy is accused of shooting his 50-year-old son because he would not stop playing the guitar.
Hey, it's Brian.
That's what I thought.
Is he awake?
I cannot understand the word you're saying.
Is he awake?
I hope that wasn't Brian's dad. Yeah, here's part of the 911 call.
911, what's the emergency?
Well, it's accidentally shot my son here.
Is he awake?
I cannot understand the word you're saying.
Is he awake?
Yes.
I need to know where he was shot at. Was it the head, the arm, the chest, the leg?
Yeah, in his side.
I accidentally shot my son. Sir, your son's 50 and he lives at home with you? Yes, he's taking care of me, and I told him I would take care of him.
I just imagine it was like the beginning of the Black or White music video, where it's Michael Jackson and Macaulay Culkin. It's like, turn that music down, damn it! This is the best part, okay?
And who could forget that?
I remember that.
I didn't realize the guy was 50.
That was a big premiere. They premiered that music video on Fox before an episode of The Simpsons.
Because it had face shifting technology.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Or like it was.
I'm thinking of Remember the Time with Eddie Murphy. You're talking about Black or White.
Before it was like, I just remember it was a big deal. Maybe it was during the Super Bowl or something, but it was like a big deal when they showed that video for the first time.
I'm gonna listen to it, okay?
So I will say, I really hope that was not Brian, because I don't know where Brian calls us from.
Could be Cincinnati.
Is he awake?
I cannot understand the word you're saying.
Is he awake?
So it could very well be Brian, for all I know. I mean, when he calls, he plays and plays and plays. And I could absolutely see a world in which, the dad goes, stop playing that devil music. I don't know how receptive the family is to his...
No stairway to heaven!
That's right.
A guest I would like on my podcast would be like a 911 dispatcher, just because I want to know what shocks them. They probably heard it all. Would there be a call that they would be like, oh my gosh, it shook me to my core and I had to quit?
No, I think they're underpaid and bored and,
Bored?
Aren't they? All they get all day long.
They're probably sifting through a lot of crap.
Yeah, people are like, they didn't put the mustard on my hamburger. The shocking parts are probably not the parts you think.
I feel like once you get a call like that, your adrenaline's pumping. You're like, okay, there is a red alert. I don't know what that means, but like, okay, I'm gonna send a fire truck, a squad car, an ambulance.
No, they have to get. They always sound so calm because they're just there to get information. Sir, could you calm?
To keep the other person
please
calm
down. Yes, so you've got people screaming at you, and you're
recording their OnlyFans video.
You're trying to suss out useful information from them.
Just calm down. Just calm down.
I like the idea of that would be a good sketch, like a panicky 911 dispatcher. They're like, I just shot my husband. Like, oh my God! What? What do you mean? What did he do?
Oh my God!
I'm having an overdose at the store with my wife.
Overdose of what?
Marijuana. I don't know if it had something in it. Can you please send rescue?
Did you guys have fever or anything?
No, I think we're dying.
Okay, how much did you guys have?
I don't know. We made brownies, and I think we're dead. Time is going by really, 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 really slow.
See, I don't like to be that high. That's not a fun high.
But
you don't like to feel dead?
Those are the people who are calling 911.
That's what they're dealing with all day long.
That's what they're dealing with more than
But
murders.
again, I think you could probably still get a good podcast episode out of that, so I wouldn't discourage them from having that on because they probably got a lot of
we're just
stupid
saying,
calls.
911 dispatchers, hit me up in my DMs.
I have a friend who does that, but she's in Columbus.
I don't care. They can call in.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Do you know that you can be arrested for making false 911 calls?
Yeah, I knew some girl did it. Yeah, but she did it 10 times. I only did it now, so I only did it once.
It only takes one time.
Oh, okay. Well, can you talk to me one time then?
Talk to me about what?
And then I'll never do it again?
What do you want to talk about?
Well, that doesn't really matter, I guess.
I'm pretty sure that's not Sue.
Mm-mm. That sounds like my
There was a
downstairs
lady who
neighbor.
called in Maryland and 911 was sleeping. What? That's how exciting things are there, Poundcake, is they're sleeping.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hey, hold on 1 second, man. Let me try and get them on the line again.
Okay.
Put one hand on his forehead, the other hand underneath his neck, and tilt his head back.
Yes. Now
So the dispatcher's snoring and the other guy on the call is trying to walk her through what she needs to do.
So there was like another person in the same.
Yeah, he's
building?
like, let me transfer you to 911, like the call taker or whatever. And then the line goes live with the 911 guy and just snoring.
See, I've never, knock on wood, I've never had to call 911, so I don't know how that works. I didn't know there was.
Well,
like
they work
an
long
operator
shifts
for an
too. They
operator.
work like 24. Some people work 24-hour shifts, and you know.
Hi, my infant son is locked in the car in the parking lot. It's so hot outside. I'm concerned. Can somebody come out and open the door?
They won't be able to try to gain access to the car unless the child is in some kind of distress.
She's a little distraught. She said she called 911 and they said they're not going to come out if the baby's not in distress.
No, that's not true. Not at all.
No, we're going to need that baby to heat up a little bit more, lady, in Tampa.
Once that baby gets sweaty, you give us a call.
That's right.
We'll come help a sweaty baby. We're not helping no dry baby.
Well, that's like, I mean, it's not the same thing as a baby being locked in a car, but when I came home and my apartment smelled like gas, and I called 911, and they were like, call the fire department, this isn't our job. And then I called the fire department, and they were like...
Call 911?
They were like, get everyone out of the building, tell everybody, don't breathe, get your cat out. And then,
911 doesn't connect you to fire?
No, they were like, well, they were like, this isn't us, we'll get you to the fire department.
Oh, they connected you, I see.
Or it wasn't an emergency? Or...
Well, and then the first guy at the fire department was like, this is the end of the world, wake up your neighbors. And then he's like, I'll connect you to 911. And then they put me back there to 911, and then 911 was like, still not our job. And then they put me back into the fire department, and then the second guy was like, yeah, we'll be over in 10 minutes, no big deal. And I was like, well, the last guy...
So you didn't get a panicky 911 dispatcher, you got a panicky fireman.
Right. The last guy was
this is my first day.
First day, yeah.
Right. The last guy was like, it's fine. We'll be
Reading
fine.
from the script. In this situation, you need to alert all your neighbors.
Right.
Open all of your windows.
Well,
Hi. You have an
No,
emergency?
they told you to give it back to me.
No, I told them I wasn't going to give it to you. I said, you make
It's a fight over a beer.
No, I
Right, who are you?
No, you're not getting that beer back. I'm not going to tell you that.
What's your name?
My name's John Bansley. They just picked me up for public intox.
Uh-huh.
And they dropped me off at my ex-wife's house.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And
They said, make that public intox private.
they gave her the beer and said, don't let them leave. And now she's got the beer, and she says, I'm going to keep it. And all I got is that beer. That's the only thing I got to my name.
They are arguing over his beer now.
The only thing I got to my name is my beer. It's like Mary's curtains are her assets.
Listen, let me have my assets and leave me alone. I also have a coffee table, Alan, and a fireplace.
You know what? It'll all work out. I'll be out of the city. I'll be out of the state in 2 shakes of lamb's tail.
I'll be out of the city and state.
Please hurry up.
Ma'am, stop yelling. I need a location.
We on 295. You don't go over here.
Okay, 295. That's good. We're located now on a highway. Now, that's a pretty long road.
We're on the side of the highway. We the only car pulled over. Can y'all hurry up, please?
Ma'am, listen, let's stop worrying about hurrying up and get there. We're already on our way. I need to find a better location. So 2 people were struck?
Yes, they both led. They just landed.
Okay, let's stop whining, okay? Let's stop whining. It's hard to understand you.
She's trying to tell him, by the way, that her dad was changing a flat tire and a car hit him and killed him on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Stop whining.
Stop whining about your dead dad. It happened minutes ago.
That's not an address.
Get over it,
Is that guy a
snowflake.
listener of this show by chance?
Yeah.
Can you text 911 now?
I think you can in some municipalities,
I was
yes.
going to say.
Really retarded neighbors. And, oh, Lordy be. I guess I ought to go to church tomorrow.
These callers all sound like Sue, by the way.
Those are a lot
I
of
assure
them
you
are
they're not, but they all
very
sound like
drunk,
Sue.
yeah.
People are so bad. And I know it. I know I'm a little drunk too. And hello?
Here's some money for you. It's $1,000 to do with whatever you see fit. Chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BAG to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BAG to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
I got a letter from Ron, and he was curious if there was any chance that Poundcake could be schizophrenic.
Yeah, there could be a chance.
Why?
I don't know.
Why is he asking? He's got to have a follow-up, right? There's got to be more to it than that.
Well, I think because of his extreme paranoia.
Yeah, it's kind of what he's getting at. He always seems to default to other people paying attention to him or watching him. I was watching a television. I saw a commercial for schizophrenia medication, and the girl was diagnosed because she said she always felt that people were staring at her. The medicine's called Fanapt. One of those Fanapt naps that he likes. There were two women, and one of them, there are a couple of different versions of this commercial, but it made me think of Cody. Is there any chance that maybe this is a diagnosis for him? That he's paranoid that people are always looking at him in public?
Yes, but I didn't know it was schizophrenia. I thought I was like bipolar. But again, I can't self-diagnose. So I feel like I have these symptoms, but I feel like everyone has a little bit of something. So you never really know. I'm like, oh, I'm a little OCD. I know I have ADD because I was diagnosed with that, but I never took my medication. And then the constant bursts of like zoning out, like you guys start to scare me because literally you guys will say things and I'll be listening. I will be listening intently because I know you guys are going to ask me, and then I will legit forget. I will forget.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
It's we laugh about it, but it's kind of not funny.
But like I don't know what it is because
I kind of need you zero. If you're gonna have like a hot mic, I kind of need you zeroed in.
And there's some points like I do, but the other times I don't know what happens.
We were talking yesterday, the very end of the show. I'm going into my last break, and we were talking about plane crashes, and I start to go off on some tangent about Richie Valens and La Bamba. And we're talking about... Now, mind you, I'll play a little clip here from yesterday's show. This was not a callback to something that had happened in the first hour of the show that we were throwing at Poundcake's feet.
And
it was a conversation that we were having. We were in the middle of the conversation and asked him about something that had happened seconds before.
And someone called in about Richie Valens.
Richie Valens was 17 years old.
Cody, who's Richie Valens?
The bassist.
The bassist for whom?
The band that died in the plane crash.
The band who died in the plane crash.
The band.
What are you doing in there when we're talking? I know you're looking at us, and I know you have headphones on. What are you doing when we're in here talking?
I don't know. I missed it.
All right. I've got to take a break.
Who sings this?
La Bamba.
La Bamba.
Ricky Valens.
La Mamba.
Ricky
Patrice.
Valens.
Then he goes, Ricky Valens. We're talking about Richie Valens for Ricky Valens. Bill, when you're my video producer over there, what is he doing? I can't see him unless I look over, and then it's too late. What is he doing when we're talking about something? Is he just staring?
Staring at you,
but not
in space. Like he's on camera right now, and he's just...
Don't all look at me at once. Now you're scaring me.
But that's he just kind of sits there, and when he is engaged in the conversation, he's a little more fidgety.
Well, but engaged to him means when he's talking, or he's waiting to talk.
Yeah.
And
but
that's
not always true, though.
Most of the time. I bet we could bet that would get us more on track.
But when when we're having a conversation where you are not one of the primary conversers, you just kind of stare off into space, and I feel like you kind of go.
Or you'll jump in with something that has nothing to do with anything, which means you're not listening. Because you go, oh, a thought came into my head, I'll push it out of my mouth.
I have a question because I don't know.
Don't interrupt, Mary.
Okay, sorry.
I thought question about Michigan?
I thought I had waited till you stopped talking, but maybe I was wrong.
Go ahead, I'm just kidding.
When I'm not here, does it happen as much? Because I know that when I'm not here, he has a bigger role in, staying engaged because there's only 3 of you. So do those types of things happen?
Listen, if you have one fewer voice, that's a different rhythm.
So I'm saying, is the zoning out also
Your
an
fault?
issue? No. Well, I'm saying that maybe.
Thanks a lot, Mary.
No, I'm saying.
Mary, why are you making Poundcake bad at his job?
You know, and he was
what?
batting 1,000 until you showed up.
I'm going to quit stand-up. That's what I'll do.
No, if they're on
he
the
has to constantly be.
but he
you know what I mean?
doesn't. Even when there's all four of us, he doesn't. I don't even require that from him. He doesn't have to jump in all the time.
That's what I'm saying, is that maybe that's why, is that he feels he doesn't have to jump in all the time. So if I'm not here and he knows he has more, there's more space.
Right, but my point is, you're not supposed to only listen when you're part of the conversation. Because at any time, I could go to him and go, what do you think? And what happens when I do that? He goes, what? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That means he's not listening. So, like, you need to listen even if you're not talking.
No, I get it.
So that's why I'm just genuinely curious what you're doing when we're talking.
I think I'm listening, but then
why do you think that though? Because there's a lot of evidence.
I think.
Well, because there's a lot of evidence. We've played the evidence of the contrary.
No, I understand that, and I'm telling you, I don't know. Maybe I just need to get on some medication. It's hard concentrating. I don't know what to say, because some parts I will get, and I will know everything you said up until a certain point, and then like a name I'll forget, or a date I'll forget, or
like Ricky Valens.
But it's not
La Bamba.
necessarily just like a name or a date, but like we're within conversations.
I understand that.
And so like you don't even grasp the topics sometimes.
Well, if he has AD, you said you've been diagnosed with ADD. Was that a long time ago? And
Yeah, when I was a kid, but I never took my medication because I never.
Well, maybe go back and see him again. Is like, hey, I'm having trouble concentrating at work, and
Yeah,
you know.
I never. I mean, having a job like this, yes, everything that you lack will come to light because we have a public job and we're talking. But like in school, I really didn't have to worry about it because I would do my work.
Yeah.
And you only raise your hand when you're talking. So I don't know. I'm genuinely curious as well because
we get him on some Adderall, and it straightens him out, and he's like, within a year, he gets his own talk show, and like this is his
That'd
ticket.
be amazing.
I'm saying, like, if it's just been an issue of focus the whole time, but not like your fault, like if you actually have something, going on, you never know.
I don't know. I'll go to the doctor and see.
Hey, man, whatever. I'm just curious. That's all.
I'm curious as well.
Okay, I've got to take a break here. We'll do the Poundcake Sports break closer to 5:20. I'll have those Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction passes for you. 5:20 all this week. A couple of seats for you and a pal to be there at the Romo Fijo on Saturday night to see everybody get inducted into this year's class. If you want to text 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text for anything. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thanks to Paolo Magallo for helping out. A little European flair in the video department today. I had a lot of psychotherapists texting me in the break about Poundcake. ADD, ADHD, bipolar, and schizophrenia are commonly misdiagnosed as one another. Cody could very well be something else other than his diagnosis. Alan, lay off Poundcake. When you were doing your spiel about legumes, Poundcake did remember that a garbanzo bean was also called a chickpea. That is true. He did remember that.
But like I said, it's not all the time. I'm not blaming you for that. It's weird. I shock myself sometimes because when you guys asked me that yesterday, I'm like, how did I not remember that? We were just talking about it. And I keep saying it's like, oh, because you guys put me on the spot and I get nervous. But I do that in conversations with people too. I'll be engaged in a conversation. I'll hear what they're talking about. And then I'll mention something. I'm like, what is that? And then I'll forget. They're like, what we're talking about. I'm like, oh, yeah. And what are you saying? That it's very awkward because I don't want them to think I wasn't listening. Maybe I'm thinking, maybe I'm trying so hard to concentrate.
I think it's also that your mouth moves faster than your brain.
But that's also a symptom of ADD.
Okay.
I mean, you talk fast. Your mannerisms are all fast. Everything is just...
Mannerisms?
Like, just, you're jittery. Like...
Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. I get it. Listen, in a couple of weeks... It won't be a problem because Campy is going to be filling in for Poundcake.
Oh, my God, that's so exciting.
So we'll have Campy for a week.
It's like Christmas is coming early.
And, man, I bet he will be laser focused on everything that's going on here.
I'm sure he will.
Yes, don't tell me the garbanzo bean chickpea joke. I've heard it's 1 billion years old. I get it. Thank you. Man, you say the word garbanzo bean and everybody wants to send you the chickpea joke. I get it. Difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean, Mary.
Okay, you can't jelly a chickpea.
I've never paid to have a garbanzo bean on my face.
Oh.
And why would you pay for the other thing?
People are gross.
People are gross. I mean, I'm not one to...
It's different things.
Oh,
I'm not one to kink shame, but it's still gross.
I'm not one to shame, but ew.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Right? Don't shame me for thinking you're gross. Hey, Pete. Pete's making a turn.
Hello.
Pete, what's going on? Hello.
Hey. Nothing. I was just calling regarding Poundcake's issue with lack of focus. I got his back 100%. My mom just got diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and she's in her 70s. I had lots of issues growing up learning. Right now with work, I check everything 3 or 4 times. I literally will put my gloves down, turn around, walk away, and forget where I put them.
No, that's great, but you're not working for me. So God bless. But you know, if you were talking to your boss or wherever you work, and he's talking to you, and you're like, "What?" I mean, that wouldn't bode well. So it's in no way a criticism of whatever is going on in somebody's brain. But you know,
right. Yeah, I definitely need to get checked out for it. I just finally got insurance. But yeah, Poundcake should get that looked at because I feel his pain, man. It sucks.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Thank you, Pat. Good luck with that turn.
The longest turn ever.
Yeah. He's waiting in traffic.
Right. And I know there's people calling me an a-hole. That's fine. I am, okay? Live with that. I do. Fine. But my point is, things still got to get done. You know? And so I don't require... Poundcake didn't have to do any heavy lifting. I don't require anything from him, right?
And if it is a medical condition, that's something that he can look into. You know what I mean? Like, we can give him crap about it if we think he's just snacking or not, or on Zillow, or, you know what I mean? Those are two different things. If he comes back and he's like, hey, guys, turns out my doctor, you know what I mean?
And that's great, but he's telling us, he's telling us anecdotes of this just as a part of his life with other people. So it's not like it's just here.
Right. Right, that's what I mean.
So how long would a person be like that before they'd go, maybe I should get this checked out?
Well, I didn't know it was a condition. I thought it was just like, I guess I just wasn't that interested in the conversation. That's what I was thinking of.
So you just chalk it up to everybody else being boring?
No, I was just like, maybe
it's our fault.
No, it was just like if I'm having a conversation with someone, I'm like, oh, I must have missed that in the conversation. Maybe they were talking fast. I didn't realize it was a problem until this show highlighted it because I'm like, oh, just slipped my mind. I don't know.
I have a theory. Brain tumor.
Don't do that to him. You know he has anxiety.
But
Don't do that.
But I'm like, okay, no student loans if I die.
See, glass half full.
But like,
you can count on him to be glass half full.
But like, there have been times when I've answered the phone here, and someone will ask me their name, and then I'll put like before I type it in, I put them on hold. I'm like, wait a minute, what was that person's name? And I'll answer the line again. I'm like, hey, what was your name again? I'll type.
You don't type it as you're talking to him.
Sometimes I do, but other times they just go so fast. Sometimes they say their topic first. I'm like, okay, well, what is your name?
Yeah, right.
But no, I'll go to the doctor. I'm due for a checkup anyways, and I'll bring that up because I don't know. I think ADD is just like a junior ADHD, so it's literally the same thing. I think they just market it different.
No, just one hyperactive is the difference. So if you're being all crazy and bouncing off the walls, and an inability to focus is an attention disorder. Or can be an attention disorder.
I always thought that was like a scam.
Why would it be a scam?
Because I just thought it was a made-up reason to get kids on like Ritalin or Adderall.
Maybe.
Are you trying to tell me that the pharmaceutical companies created a condition in a concerted effort to diagnose and then medicate millions of kids over generate? Is that what you're trying to convince me of, Poundcake? I'm sorry. I have more faith in the...
What are we talking about?
See? This is just inside his brain here. Alan, I do exactly what Poundcake does. He's so focused of thinking of what he's going to say next, he's not listening to what everyone else is saying. Well, that can't be it, though. The show moves too fast. If you're like, oh, I want to say this, it's going to move past you. If there isn't a natural entry point, you let it go. There's a billion things a day that I don't say because the moment has passed. So, I mean, I can't speak. I don't want to speak for him, but
no, I don't think that's it.
Alan, have you tried interrupting people?
I'm sorry.
Have you tried cutting others off to get your thought in?
Right. Hey, listen, I interrupt people, but I can do that.
It's your job. It's yours.
Because not just because he's the host, because he's a white male.
Because I'm a white male, Bill. That's right. I'm a cis white male. That's right. It's my denim privilege. Alan, I didn't get diagnosed till I was 30. I'm 36 now, and my life has changed for the better. There you go.
Diagnosed with what, though?
Maybe ADHD or something.
I have a friend who just got diagnosed with ADHD over the last 6 months, and she's always been really bad about like texting back and things like that. And she thought it was like, oh, I'm just not a attention to detail kind of person. And I think she's in her mid-30s, and she's like, I just got it on medication for this, and she's like, my life did a 180 after I actually got the right diagnosis and the right medication.
If my wife happened to be listening to this conversation, she would be screaming at whatever speaker my voice was coming out of, because she tells me this all the time. She goes, you don't hear me when I tell you things. And I just go, well, I'm talking for a living. What do you want? Whatever. But she'll tell me things. And I'll go, oh, really? She'll go, I told you this. Like, I go, I don't know if you did.
Here's what I experienced.
She goes, yeah, I did. Okay.
I spend time with people that tell me the same thing multiple times. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Like they forgot they told you.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes, but only because I talk so much, I forget who I told it to.
I dumped a therapist one time because they did that. We were like a year into something.
Oh, yeah.
And they go, really? I was in the middle of a conversation. I really liked this person, too. But I was like, I can't continue with this.
Yeah, you're clearly not listening.
Or whatever. I mean, I was just like, I said something that was not a minor point. And they were just couldn't believe that when they were writing it down. I go, this is not a new piece of information, right?
This is a through line.
Yes.
And what did they say when you said that?
Every week.
They just kind of were like, oh, and I go, I didn't tell them. I said good day. I didn't do that. I never went back.
Yeah, I'll usually if I start telling a story and it feels familiar, I'm like, did I already tell you this? Because I'm like,
and you're good about saying that, and sometimes I'll cut you off because you'll tell me something. We'll be doing our laps and we'll be talking about something and be like, Yeah, I know that part.
Because I'm like,
But
I don't
there's
know
other
if,
parts,
I don't know if I told it to my
But-
sister, if we talked about it here, or I talked to my boyfriend. I don't know
Now,
who I
I'm the-
talked to this about.
I'm the opposite where, like, in my life, and this is something that's gotten me into a ton of trouble in my relationships. Like, if I say something basically to anybody, I'm like, well, everybody knows now.
I said that 6 months ago for 30 seconds on air.
They're like, what's your schedule this week? I'm like, I've been plugging it all week on the Alan Cox Show. Looks like somebody doesn't care about me. And they're like,
We used to say, I don't chew my cabbage twice, which I don't know. That means nothing. But that's where, like, I'm pretty sure I already said that one time. Yeah.
You gotta pay attention with old Bill Squire.
That's right.
You gotta all say it once and then
said it once.
that's
Why
it.
say it again?
Yeah.
That's what David Byrne said.
I don't repeat myself.
Hey, Roman.
Hey guys, how are ya?
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much. Just calling in. My fiance gets furious with me just about every day or every other day because she tells me that she's told me something and I act completely clueless about it because I just don't remember or, wasn't listening, quote unquote. But she also has 3 sisters. And she has her mother and her aunt that she talks to every single day. Like, every day she talks to at least 3 of those people for multiple times a day. And it's to the point to where I think she tells them something and she thinks she's telling me that. And then we kind of go back and forth about, me saying, no way that you told me blah, 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 blah. So
My wife will tell me something. I go, oh, yeah, we talked about it in the show. And she'll just look at me like, I'm over here living real life trying to have a conversation with you, all right? I go, oh, okay. I'll talk about it again, I guess.
I guess we'll bring it up again.
I guess we'll just go over it again. And this is just your fiance, so you're set up perfectly for marriage, Roman.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We are getting married New Year's Eve. It's going to be a blast.
Oh, ring in 2022 with just hidden earplugs. What's that, honey? I didn't hear you over the sound of the ball dropping. Okay, thank you, Roman.
I have also been in a relationship where someone would tell me stuff and I really just
didn't care.
Did not care because it was the same fight that they'd have with the same family members or friends again and again and again. And then that becomes a challenge because you're like, I care about you. I cared about this situation in the past. You're not changing anything to make the situation better. So
it's almost like you like fighting with this person at work.
Yes. It's so I'm just going to go on a little vacation in my brain while you tell me the same problem again without trying to change anything to make it better.
A vacation in my brain. Unfortunately, I went to Tulum and 2 people died.
I've had to tell people in my life that are important to me, if you are just venting, you need to tell me that because they'll talk.
Fix.
I'm a fixer, but they'll tell me a story or a situation that I'm like, I thought we already solved this problem, and then they'll be doing it again and again. My sister just the other day was like, you can just listen to people sometimes and you don't actually have to try to fix every problem. And I was like, then
we're punching it up.
I was like, well, then do me a favor and at the beginning of your story say, I just want to vent.
Yes.
And then I will sit back and I will let you vent and I'll come in with the and that's crazy and I'll do whatever you need me to do.
Girl. Ooh,
yes, but I need to be told, hey, just let me get this out.
I just need someone to hear as
said,
a sounding
give it-
board.
yes.
Right.
Then I'll sit back and I'll listen.
Because
and
I'll do the same thing. I'm constantly looking for solutions to things. And I'm like, and then you'll find yourself in a situation where they'll just look at you and I go, oh, I thought you were just venting. Like, that's why you said it's perfect if there's some preamble there.
Just tell me.
Yeah. Because then I will default to trying to offer a solution to something. Yeah.
I'm like, I love you and I care about you and you are obviously upset. So
You're talking to your cat.
I'm talking to my cat.
Right.
I'm like, listen, if you don't like the mouse toy, I don't know what to tell you, Duchess. You have to tell me.
Stop clawing my assets.
But yeah, just that preamble. And I'm good about that. And I expect other people to do it. And I'm like, I'm telling you, man, it'll save our relationship if you just say, hi, I'm venting.
Well, like when you're on the road and we'll talk sometimes and like I can tell when it's just like you get to where you need to, like you solve your own problem just by saying it out loud to me or texting me.
Yeah.
You'd be like, and this and this and this and this and this and then this. And then I guess also I'm on my period and I'm this diet and blah. I'm like, oh, okay, so is there really a problem in the other place? No, I'm just annoyed.
That just happened this weekend.
Yes, I know.
There was another.
I remember. I was there.
There was a person I had an issue with, and I've rapid fired probably 15 text messages in a row to Bill that started with, "I'm so annoyed. This is the worst weekend ever." And then by the end of it was like, I could probably try harder, and it's, I'm just going to take a nap, and I'm sure things will be better.
You kind of came full circle on your own.
Right.
Yeah, and I was just like, that's annoying, and like just kind of.
I just need those yeps and hums.
The only way out is through sometimes.
I know I sent you guys that video, but did you actually read some of the texts that I was getting from my father?
Oh, yeah. I read them all.
When was this?
This was in the group text
chat,
over.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it.
I pound caked this one. I just didn't. I ignored it because I've seen it before, and like I don't know. Like I don't want to. The stuff that you get from your brother and the stuff you get from your dad. It's too maddening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, imagine what it's like being related to those
people.
But no, I'm related to people like that. I just don't talk to them.
But it's not like, what am I going to do? Block them? Yeah, I can block him.
I blocked my dad on Facebook for this very reason.
I blocked him on Facebook, but he has my number, and he asked my number. He has my number for various reasons. Like, I don't want any harm to come to him, and I want him...
No, I don't want any harm to come to my dad.
If there's an emergency, I want him to be able to call me, but he can't do this stuff. He can't text me stuff that I don't even respond to. I do what I'm supposed to do.
But do you say, stop sending me this?
If you watch the video, you would see me sending that. I said, I don't want to talk about this.
All right, well, there you go.
And he will send,
sorry. I'm not watching the video, though.
He would get the Cliffs Notes right now.
Yeah, he would text. He was like, truth hurts. I'm like, you're not telling me truth. I'm not trying, like, I'm just not going to look at it. Like, I don't know. It's so frustrating because I will wake up literally to 15 text messages without a reply. And then he's like, oh, I guess I stumped you because you don't have anything to say. I'm like, oh, my God. Like, it's so aggravating.
That's a weird cat.
Yeah, over the weekend, Cody and I had a whose family is worse off. Cody's like, because I sent a screenshot of a conversation with my brother. And then Cody's like, I see your brother. I raise you a bigot father. And then sent that video. And then it was like my brother heard you. Because I was like, the next morning, I was like, guys, I woke up to 56 text messages about how America's becoming Germany in the 40s.
And that's all venting, too.
Yeah,
when someone is sending
that.
15 texts and they clearly are not getting responses and they keep sending texts, they're not looking for an interaction.
Yeah,
they're not looking for a conversation.
Because I feel like my dad has no one to talk to.
Yeah, that's why they're doing it. Because no one else wants to listen to him either.
Right, because they're throwing out they're throwing out lines to see who takes the bait.
And I tell you, don't text me.
Right, and that's like I'll be around people and I'll hear them. Like my dad did this one time. We were like all family get together. My brother's in town from Idaho. We're all having a conversation. There's a little bit of a lull in the conversation. He goes, did you guys hear that Mike Lindell was attacked? And I was like, nope. No, he wasn't.
Hopefully he fell onto some pillows.
Yeah.
You know
and it softened the fall.
In the conversation with my brother, this helped a lot because it was in our sibling group chat. So there's 5 of us going back and forth. And at one point, I asked him, I was like, what are you hoping to accomplish here? Like, not even in a confrontational way.
Yeah.
I was like, explain to us what you want. Right. I said, if you just want to be heard, as much as I disagree with you, I will listen. But he was going on about vaccines. And I was like, all of the sisters, 3 of us in this conversation are already vaccinated. So you sending all these facts and figures and things is not going to change the fact that we're vaccinated. So what are you hoping to accomplish here? And he was like, I just want you guys to understand why I'm so upset. I was like, fine then. That's fine. Because you're coming at it very aggressively. It feels like you want to change something that can't be changed.
I'm so glad my phone is like not on. It's always on silent, not even vibrate. Because had it been on vibrate, it would be
like, I haven't had my phone on vibrate in
years.
3 years.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, I'll get there when I get there.
I've got to take a break here. We are going to get to the Poundcake sports break shortly. We'll come back, and I will have this day's passes for you for Saturday night. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony goes down at the Romo Fijo. So I'll have a couple of passes for you to be there for that. See Foo Fighters and Go-Go's and Todd Rundgren and Paul McCartney and many, many, many more. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then 5:30, I'll have another $1,000 for it. Chance for you to go fund yourself. And we'll be back. you up here Saturday night. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony returns to Cleveland. They've moved it from Public Hall to the Romo Fijo. More space, more area to rock and roll, man. Foo Fighters are getting in. Jay-Z, Go-Go's, Carole King, Tina Turner, and more. Todd Rundgren, Paul McCartney's going to be there. Drew Barrymore will be there. Angela Bassett will be there. It's brought to you by HBO and HBO Max. They will air it in condensed form on Saturday, November 20th at 8 o'clock. That's if you miss out on the tickets. If you get these, you'll be there on Saturday night. It's a nice long night, and it's a ton of fun. So 2 passes here for you. Caller 10. We'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
They're planning to use to crumble the morals of America is this rotten, filthy, dirty, lewd, lascivious junk.
On 100.7 WMMS.
All right, we'll do the Poundcake sports break here in a few minutes when he's done getting the winner there for the Rock Hall inductions. And then I'll have another $1,000 for it, about 7 or 8 minutes. 5:30 is going to be that next keyword to go fund yourself. Tomorrow on the show, our friend Roy Wood Jr. will return. We'll talk to him on the phone. Friday night, he is going to be premiering a new hour on Comedy Central called Imperfect Messenger. I don't know anything about it. I don't know.
Well, it's stand-up comedy. He's a comedian. You should know that much.
So he stands there, microphone in hand, or maybe a Janet Jackson headset.
Comedies.
Sometimes they put it in a microphone stand.
Yeah, but I'm going in cold. I don't know where he shot it. I don't know anything about that. So we'll have him on tomorrow talking about that. Big J. Okerson is going to join us in here at some point. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. And Wes Scantlin, frontman for Puddle of Mud, will be here on Friday. Puddle of Mud's doing a show at the Odeon on Friday night. And then, on to next week. Mary will be out tomorrow, but back on Friday. So tomorrow will be a sausage party show.
Daddy-O's 60th birthday. Would have been.
And so you'll be a lot of eating, a lot of crying.
It was an emotional morning this morning, too, just thinking about everything. And I'm like,
so there's a lot of pre-crying, too.
Hold it in.
Are you trying to save it for tomorrow?
Save it for tomorrow.
Save it for tomorrow.
But yeah, I know. It was just, you just think back on all the stuff, and I'm trying very hard to reframe. This is probably the hardest part of grief for me so far, has been reframing and thinking about positive things, where it's like not all the things he's missing, but all the things that he got. You know what I mean? So that's been what's been difficult for me, because a lot of today was, man, he's not going to get to see this. He's
taking a glass half full approach.
Yeah, it's really, even as a painfully optimistic person, that's very hard to do.
All the stuff that he gets to miss too, like there's a lot of terrible things right now. He didn't have to deal with any of the Gabby Petito stuff. Like that's heartbreaking, especially as a father. Him having to live through something like that, and put himself in that mindset.
I mean, technically, none of us have to deal with the Gabby Petito stuff.
Trying to make him feel better, man. That's why you're not good at...
I'm an awful consoler. Yeah, I'm terrible. Yeah, but I think that's a good way to be in life. Because it's very easy to go, man, what you don't have. It's really... Because... What you don't have is most things.
Yes.
Right? Most things are what you don't have.
Speak for yourself.
That's true. Bill Squire over here, Squifle Tower. He's got a blue fireplace. He's got a girl coming over. He's got blue toilet water. Man, he's he's living the life.
Yeah. So just this morning was spent reframing. Really, I was very, very sad this morning. I had a very, very difficult morning. And then I was trying to just kind of it's almost impossible to when you're in that kind of a mindset, to take yourself out of it and be like, okay, well, let's focus on all the fun times we did have, because the sad part of your brain's like, screw that, you're never going to have another one. You know what I mean? It's incredibly difficult. So, yeah.
Well, then you're going to be a barrel of fun on Friday when you come in.
I'm going to be great. I'll have gotten it all out.
Yeah.
Didn't you know that's how grief works?
That's how it works? See, it's a giant barrel, and little by little, you empty it of all that psychic energy, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
Do they ever tell you to focus on the bad parts?
Well, you need to acknowledge them,
Yeah.
Like, you need to be honest with yourself about your feelings. If it's like, oh, we had a crappy relationship, then that's part of it, you know?
Right.
A big part of it is, for me, is feeling guilty, which sounds so stupid because it's like, I didn't have anything to do
Because you made him
with
work out so hard?
Well, not starting sooner, really. Like, hey, we could have been doing this 2 years ago, and I didn't push you. You know, and again, I know that sounds crazy.
But 2 years
to
ago,
say.
you were just in the very beginning of getting yourself together.
Right.
So it's, you can't.
I know.
And you know that, yeah.
And I know these things are all...
And you got 4 other siblings that didn't do anything.
Blame it on them. Don't feel guilty myself.
There's also nothing easier than getting somebody to work out who does not want to work out.
400-pound
easy.
person.
Super easy. Yeah. Dad, let's do this. It'll be a long, long road because you're very heavy.
Yes.
But the payoff will be immense.
I'm getting into a nice groove going to the gym to the point where it's like, even on days when I don't want to go, I'm like, but I kind of do want to go.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, there's people like, I could be lazy, I can make excuses, but like, and I was like, yeah, but I'm making progress, and I like that.
The progress is the best. Did you take pictures?
No, I told you I don't take pictures.
You gotta take pictures,
I do fashion shows.
Oh, yeah.
I have my
Your
own
clothes.
way.
Sorry,
I do the clothes.
sorry.
You find smaller items of clothing and try them on.
I go, this didn't
fashion shows.
Fashion shows. I didn't fit into this before. I put it on. Ooh, look, it fits a little
That's
bit
great.
better.
That's
so
great.
That's the way I do it, because especially with me, like, I could get real skinny and my body is still terrible.
Uh-huh.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't have, so I'll go with I look better in clothes, and I just want to look better in clothes.
Yeah. No, I get that.
That's the motivation for me. It's not,
Lights off sex?
Yeah. No, I would never. I mean, unless we're having sex during the day. Like, I don't, but like, I'm not going to turn the lights on if I'm having sex. If it's night.
Well, no, I mean, like, you, there's a lamp on in the bedroom.
Oh, lamp's fine.
And
Like,
you get
I
in
don't
there.
like bright overhead, like
fluorescent.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't. Nobody's got Klieg lights in their bedroom.
I want it mood lighting.
Like she's trying to escape from prison, and you're up in the tower with a rifle.
Let the shadows be the intrigue.
The shadows.
I don't want I'll usually.
Yeah, but those shadows can work against you too.
Yeah, but
you're like, oh my God, what is that? I don't want that.
But I'm like overhead light off. I'll either have like a lamp or like I have a speaker that I'll be playing music on, and that's
do you put
that
put a crimson handkerchief over your lampshade?
No, I have lights that I can adjust with the Bluetooth lights.
Oh, there you go. You got them Philips Hue bulbs, son.
Yeah.
I had a
But then you got to figure out what's the sexiest color. You got to go
or red.
Blue.
Red. For
I mean,
lighting,
red's a warmer
red.
color, but I mean, you know.
I do more about purple.
But you can. I was going to say you can do so many. It's because purple reminds him of being at work, and that's when he's the most aroused.
That's when I'm the most. Yes, I have no idea. That's why I'm always listening.
Because I have to.
Yeah.
Also, why he stays seated.
What gets me.
That's why he never stands up during the show, because he doesn't want to.
My boyfriend has a growler that you put like beer in, a big.
They're called dogs, Mary.
Are they?
What are you,
Have
5?
I been saying it wrong this whole time? A woof woof.
Yes.
No, he has it's like a brown glass jug that you can fill with beer or whatever. He has a growler, and it's a lamp, but when it shines through the brown bottle, it almost gives the room like a mahogany, like a reddish brown tone, and that's super sexy. We'll leave that. Yeah, we'll leave that over.
Honey, get the growler.
Turn on the growler.
Put the lamp right next to the growler, Ma. It's time to dig in. All right, let me get you some money here, and then we'll go into the Poundcake sports break for your enjoyment. It's a chance for you right now to grab $1,000. You got plenty of chances to do this every day. So your next one is right here. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
All right, next chance will be at 6:30, right after we get out of here. Are you ready, Poundcake?
Yes.
As ready as you're going to be?
Yep.
All right.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, it really irritates some people when they live up to expectations. Basketball player Richard Jefferson has beef with an ex-ball boy because the ball boy allegedly used to stare at the player's junk. Well, some could argue he was just doing his job. He was probably making sure the balls were properly inflated and they were hanging the way they were supposed to. Why are you trying to stop this ball boy's coin, Rich? Stop picking the low-hanging fruit. Also, Delonte West is making news again for a not-so-surprising reason. He was drunk and high and was shouting anti-gay slurs, racist slurs, and bragging about his superstar status while being arrested for open container and being disorderly. He shouted, "N-word, I was better than LeBron. I was better than Jordan." Girl, Delonte smoking that good crack. Mark Cuban, come get your boy. We praying for him. Lastly, Kansas City Chiefs star Frank Clark is about that life. He just copped his second illegal gun charge for riding around with a damn Uzi in his car. You'd think someone who is high profile as him and has prior offenses wouldn't want to draw attention to himself. Nope, not Clark. He was stopped in LA for not displaying a front license plate. Come on, man. You asking for bad press. You riding dirty. Nobody's ever going to want to ride with you again without being a suspect to something. Your attorney's kid's going to have a great Christmas this year, so I guess that's a silver lining. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Well done.
Good job,
Thank
Code.
Good job. Yeah, I was somebody. The video went viral of a kid wanted Floyd Mayweather to take a photo with him, and he wouldn't do it because the kid had painted nails. And it was like, oh my God, Floyd Mayweather. Like, have you never heard of Floyd Mayweather before? This dude's one of his best friends is like a Chechen dictator who like throws gay people off of buildings and stuff. Floyd Mayweather doesn't care. He's got $300 million.
You got painted nails. You can't. I'm not taking no picture of a guy with no painted nails.
Back up. Hey.
Damn, bro. Floyd's a homophobe. Floyd doesn't want to take a photo with me because my nails are painted.
Damn, Floyd's a homophobe. Oh, breaking news.
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather doesn't like gay dudes.
And his fans will not care.
How he feels about women and treats them.
Yeah, his fans will not care one bit.
No,
They're like,
of course
that's how you're
not.
supposed to be.
Well, it's a
You're
fight
boxer.
game, man. It's like, are there any openly gay fighters other than Orlando Cruz? I mean, he's like a featherweight. He's not fighting Mayweather, but like, there's like
not
two.
big.
Huh?
Mayweather's not a big guy, though.
No, but he's not. They're fighting in two completely different classes. I think.
That's a situation where you go, wow, Floyd Mayweather could really learn a thing or two from Jake Paul.
Jake Paul? I think Jake Paul's probably like a homophobe too.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he would turn he might be a homophobe,
but he wouldn't turn it away.
He's
publicly.
not turning away a guy that has painted fingernails.
And hell, nowadays, that's like a fashion statement. Machine Gun Kelly has painted nails. Like Shawn Mendes has. Well,
and they
Shawn
don't get
Mendes,
more manly than that.
I was gonna say Shawn Mendes is not a good example, but there's plenty of people walking around with painted nails. It's a thing.
Sure.
It's not like they have like a thumb ring on. Then you know you suspect.
Well, again, it didn't sound like Floyd Mayweather was asking for an explanation either. But again, people who are on the climb, they have to be a little bit more deft in what they do and where they do it. If you're Floyd Mayweather and you have a ton of money already, who cares what you do? You're right. His fans aren't going to care. He don't care. Or are they going to cancel Floyd Mayweather? Who cares?
No, I would like to see you try to cancel Floyd Mayweather.
You guys don't know who Mort Saul is, do you?
I know who Mort Saul.
Do you?
I do not.
Mort Saul died.
He was the bassist.
In the plane crash.
In that band where Ricky Valens died. Mort Saul died at age 94. You have to be... I'm a Gen Xer and Mort Saul predates me, but I only got into him because he was a guy who influenced so many other people that I liked in stand-up. Mort Saul was kind of like done already by the early 70s. He came up in the 50s and the 60s.
He's a guy that I know of just because of, like you said, like I know the history of stand-up too, because I've read some books, I've listened to a bunch of podcasts and watched all these specials.
Yeah.
Been to the National Comedy Center
Right.
in Jamestown, New York.
I bet they have a big
times.
thing on Mort Saul.
They definitely mention him. I wouldn't say it's like a big thing, but he's definitely honored in there.
He was definitely a guy, because at the time, stand-up comedy was like Henny Youngman and Bob Hope and a lot of, punchy one-liners and things that other guys wrote for you. And, you would do a 6-month stretch at the Playboy Club in Chicago, and you wouldn't change your act at all. You would just do the same. For years, you wouldn't change your act, not even months. And Mort Saul, who kind of went from jokes to telling stories, and he was largely political, and he was, I like a lot of that early, crowds were more literate back then, too. They were more well-read. So a guy like Mort Saul, a guy like Woody Allen back in the day, but I'm a huge George Carlin fan, and so he would refer to Mort Saul. Lenny Bruce, Richard Pryor, those were all people who were predated by Mort Saul. And so he did a lot of, yes, if you were to listen to Mort Saul, you'd be like, what the hell is this? Because there's a lot of political humor and, people laughing at references that no one would get in current day. He hosted the first Grammy Awards in 1959. He was the first comedian featured on the cover of Time magazine. He used to guest host for Johnny Carson in the 60s. Again, this goes way back with Mort Saul. But he died at home 94. I got to tell you, I thought he was already dead. Didn't know Mort Saul was still alive.
And we went to see what was shaking in Portland, Maine at night. So, right, and it's kind of a fantasy we're living in. So we went to this cab driver, and I don't want you to think we're like that, but you must remember what men are like in war. It's that kind of a show tonight. So we went to this cab driver, and we said to him, where's the action? This kind of masculine sort of... So he took us to this place where they fish illegally. See,
that was a joke. He killed with fishing illegally. And it was a lot of Watergate stuff. And it was a lot.
Still kind of funny.
Yeah, it's a good joke.
That's a joke for, like a place where they take their fishing serious.
Right.
That's a joke that would probably still crush in Wisconsin or Minnesota.
But it was also Mort Saul was like very, very thinky comedy.
Yeah, not my style.
His album...
not what I enjoy that kind of comedy, not the kind of comedy I do.
Right.
Farts.
Very quietly. Farts is what I do. I do farts on stage, off stage. Mort Saul at Sunset from 1955 is considered the first stand-up comedy album. His second one didn't do anything. They did Mort Saul at the Hungry Eye. So by the time the 60s were over, he was kind of done, and then Watergate happened, and he kind of came back. And he's in movies and things, but again, you're talking 50s, 60s. I was born in 71, and Mort Saul was like barely a thing anymore. But like Bill said, as far as the history of comedy goes, he was a big deal.
Yeah, he's one of the pillars of of stand-up comedy.
Last movie he was in was a movie he did with Jerry Lewis in 2013.
Called Women Aren't Funny.
There you go. So, yeah, he did a lot of, Kennedy stuff, and he did a lot of Watergate stuff, and he was basically anti-everything, And so comics that were coming up, guys that were telling stories instead of just jokes. Carlin, Robert Klein, those were the guys I was into. I love jokes, but I love those people that could I like the thinky stuff. I just like the rhythm of words when they're, in a certain order, which sounds really stupid.
Weren't you into Sam Kinison, though?
I love Sam Kinison, yeah, but I think Sam Kinison was underrated. I think he was painted with such a broad brush. And he was like a wrecking ball, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he also evolved into something because of the drugs and the popularity. Kinison, at the end of his career, is wildly different than Kinison when he was just getting going.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the only time I saw Kinison live was about a year before he died.
Yeah.
And it was awful.
Yeah.
But those those first couple albums, and when he was on Carson and Letterman, those were great.
So I was largely unfamiliar with Sam Kinison until I watched that Comedy Store documentary, and just the clips that they showed of him honestly, I thought about you and I almost texted you because I was like, I don't get this at all. Like he
I
was
understand that.
just screaming.
Yeah, I get that.
So that when you're like, I like it when words kind of arranged in right motion. I'm like, is it?
But I also like physicality, and,
Yeah.
and his jokes were so well written.
Yeah.
To me, Sam Kinison jokes were like, why has no one done this before?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was the weird thing about it. But yeah, Mort Saul was married and divorced 4 times. But his only son died 25 years ago. So he has no surviving immediate family members. And he died in the Bay Area. He was one of Robin Williams' neighbors, who, of course, preceded him in death. Okay, I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. To do that, anywhere you are, you can listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
348-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 if you want to text for anything. AlanCoxShow.com for the other stuff. Alan, I'm a straight white man who enjoys watching sports, but I don't follow them in the slightest. The Poundcake Sports Break is by far my favorite source of sports information.
Aw.
Listen, I watch a lot of sports, like talk, like on ESPN and stuff like that, and Poundcake's still up there. So,
I mean,
not getting that kind of sass out of Stephen A. Smith.
I talk about stuff that I'm interested in, and I put my own little Poundcake sass on it because I am interested in it. I mean, who wouldn't want that ball boy's job? Apparently, Richard Jefferson was pissed off because I didn't get to it in Sports Break because it's only a minute and 30 seconds. But Richard Jefferson was pissed off because this ball boy was openly talking about the player's junk and comparing sizes, like, I guess, in front of them. Which the ball's on that guy.
R. Jeffs is one of the best follows in sports, by the way, on social media. He's just a very funny guy. But that whole thing started because the ball boy said that Richard Jefferson was one of the most condescending guys in sports. And so R. Jeffs goes, do you know why I didn't talk to you, son? Because you were always posting about our junk. It's like, I'm a cool guy, but I wasn't going to talk to you.
How was that like not sexual harassment? People like that give us a bad name.
I don't know. You're out in the public eye.
I'm saying, like,
you're interacting with so many people that you barely know are there.
I know, but like, I thought there were like policies against people for that reason. Anyone could just be in the locker room.
But I mean, if you're a ball boy, you're going to have access to a lot of places where there are athletes, and you can't possibly know who's around you at all times when everybody's got a camera and everybody can record anything, and it's so. Alan, forget ESPN. I'm only getting sports news from now on from the Poundcake Sports Break. I did not know about the Frank Clark situation.
Yeah, man. He wild. An Uzi. Why? Like, it's one thing to have a Glock. Some people have a handgun of choice. He had an Uzi.
That's old school. He likes that Israeli firearm. Boy.
And when I read the story, I was like, oh, he kicking it with Lil Uzi Vert. I was like, oh, they boys. No, he had like a legit Uzi.
Actual Uzi.
Man, these players, it just rattles my soul that these people, and I imagine it's because he doesn't travel around with security. That's too expensive. He probably got a little money, people know who he is, and he has to protect himself, or he has to pretend like he's hard to put up a front in front of some gang or something. I don't know. But what would make a rich person draw attention to themselves and have a gun in their car?
Alan, please ask Poundcake, what does a thumb ring mean?
A thumb ring means essentially you're gay. I don't know the exact definition, but I've never seen a straight person have a thumb ring on.
You've never met any mafiosi, have you?
I used to wear a thumb ring.
You're a woman.
Oh, this is a man thing.
I was speaking specifically for men.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So if you saw a man wearing a thumb ring, other than an old Italian guy who's clearly connected, pinky rings and thumb rings.
Yeah, I would think you're a part of the family.
Part of your family.
No, Olive Garden.
When you're there, you're part of our family, I believe, is what the T-shirts and sweatshirts say. Yes. When you're there, you're part of our family.
You're part of our family.
Yeah, you can't. It's so hard to figure out a location.
Yeah, I don't know when that originated. I don't know when the thumb rings became like a gay symbol. The only thing I think of is it started in San Francisco, like a lot of stuff, and it was just a DL sign to let people know, like, hey, I'm into mouth stuff. And
maybe the thumb ring can be transferred to another part of the body in a pinch.
I hope not.
I know, right?
An earring?
Yeah, an earring. Yeah. Well, some people aren't showers or growers.
Mm-hmm. I have people who still mess around with these C-rings, man. That's a part of my schizophrenia. I'm scared, paranoid about a C-ring. Don't get that anywhere near me.
I guess we found your limits.
People have tried.
Alan, I work Sunday to Wednesday. So my weekend doesn't begin with the Friday Get Down. It starts with the sports break.
Nice.
And it's awesome to see how far he's come with them. There you go. Right?
I I had to explain to my mom because she texted me and she was like, "Oh my God, I love this. When did you start doing this?" I'm like, "What, my sports break?" And she's like, "Yes, when did they get you to be their sports correspondent?" And I was like, funny story. So I explained to her the whole ordeal that it kind of happened by accident. And she's just like, "Wow, you found your niche." She's like, "Hang on, ESPN." I'm like, all right, no.
And that's when your parents can be too supportive.
Yeah, I know. And she really thinks, she's like, "Oh, wow, you're giving good insight. It was very entertaining."
It is great.
She makes me laugh.
Wouldn't it be the biggest irony if that became your niche?
Oh, I think
Sports.
we said that
We've
when
talked
he first
about
started.
it, yeah, but I'm just reiterating.
This is how he goes and actually takes someone's job who was like a sports talk radio
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
Sports for normal folk like me.
Normal folk
Dude, I'm
like
telling
me.
you something though, Cody.
Yes, normal, like Poundcake.
The thing is that it's entertaining enough that, like Bill said, people who are into sports might not hear the gossipy side of things all the time. And you're like, "Oh, this is awesome." And people who aren't into sports, it's still good
It's still
gossip.
funny, yeah.
You know what I
Right.
mean? It's you're doing something good over there, man.
Yeah, it's fun. I do enjoy every day, and I just wait for these athletes to mess up just so I can talk about them.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches. You're never going to be short on material.
Yeah, there's always something.
Cody's got MLB.com pinging on a date, and they're like, "Oh, you into baseball?" He goes, "No, you never guess what just happened."
There are some people that I just am barred from talking about because I just love them too much. Like Kevin Love, he can't get no bad press from me.
What about when he goes to the Denver Nuggets?
Nah.
It's not about a team loyalty.
He's
You
a
don't
hot
care about the
lawyer.
Cavs.
That's what I'm saying. You'll follow him wherever he goes.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm a Kevin Love fan, not a Cavs fan. I mean, I am a Cavs fan, but more of a Kevin Love fan.
Name one other player on the Cavs.
Hold on, wait. The guy I ran into at Chipotle, Korver, Kyle Korver.
No, a current player.
He's not currently on the...
There's another guy, Della Vadova.
No.
Nope. You got one more chance.
Donnie Osmond.
Chetty Osmond.
I got it. Yeah, good
I
job.
was gonna get it.
I did not think you were going to pull out Chetty Osmond.
You did.
Alan kind of helps you, but whatever.
It's all right. I'm happy to do it. I like the guy who everybody's, and we talked about this, giving back a ball, a historic ball. There was a home run ball that was hit not long ago, and the conversation we were having was about that ball and the guy keeping it because he knew it was worth a lot. Mm-hmm. Well, at the Bucs game, the guy who got Tom Brady's 600th touchdown ball gave it back.
Well, the story was Mike Evans catches the ball and then runs over
He gave it to the
gave
guy.
it to the guy because he was wearing an Evans jersey.
Right.
And then Tom's like, "Hey, idiot, that's my 600 touchdown pass.
Yeah.
That's the most ever."
And the Bucs. Oh, is that what it is? That's the most ever?
I believe it is.
I just thought it was a big round number for him. Okay.
I think it's the most touchdown passes ever by like a lot.
The Bucs
I
had
think
to
he's had the record for a while because he's been playing for 20 years.
Bucs had to negotiate to get it back. They sent a guy out there to get the ball.
In NFL history. Right here, he's like, "We need that ball. That's 600. What? Really? So what do you want? $1 million? No.
Oh, no,
A date with Giselle. A date with Giselle, and I'm in. Tom? Okay, Tom will do it. He'll love it.
Anyway, people are telling this guy he's crazy because he probably could have gotten about $750,000 for it. But the guy was pretty nonplussed. He was just kind of like, So the Bucs,
But they hooked him up.
they gave him a $1,000 gift card to their team store.
But then Tom Brady stepped up and gave him a Bitcoin.
A Bitcoin.
One Bitcoin is worth about $60,000, $70,000.
Yeah, right now. It'll be worth $5 in a week.
He can cash it out right now. He doesn't have to keep it as a Bitcoin. He can sell it and get $60,000. So that's good.
Why don't you give me a Bitcoin, Tom Brady?
You don't got one of his footballs.
I got a coffee table.
You don't look on. I have a coffee table, and I
An Xbox signed by Jason Mraz. I know he's a
really
big
cool.
Jason
I got
Mraz
it in
fan.
the bag over there, so Mike gave it away. He goes, "Man, I'm sorry, man. I get it." I said, "Sorry." I'm sure they'll figure out a way to get it back. But I don't keep too many. I don't actually keep too many things. So,
didn't keep my girlfriend when she was pregnant. Didn't keep the ball being valued at $500,000, according to one auction house.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could have gotten a lot more. And I'm always the one that says, you keep the ball and you sell it because that's crazy money.
Yeah, but isn't it? And this is where I'm confused. couldn't the team or the venue make a case that that's not your ball? Like if somebody parks their car on my front lawn, the car's not mine.
Right, but if a player hands it to you, I believe they had to make this rule that if a player gives you a ball, you can keep the ball.
If a player gives you a ball, I see.
If you're given a ball, that's your ball.
But it's probably the same rule if you catch it.
Well, it doesn't have... Yeah, I mean... Yeah,
like in baseball, you're going to catch it. You're not going to catch a football.
Yeah, there's not as much balls going in the stands.
Can you imagine that? Oh, God. If they did something to the ball to make them like easier to throw or throw farther or whatever, and they just start going
deflate it a little bit?
Go to fans all the time. Oh, it's great. Yeah, okay. So, after he said, gee, thanks, Buccaneers, for the $1,000 gift card at the team store.
He got
Tom Brady.
But he also got tickets for the rest of this season, and I think for next season.
Great.
Like that. But
no, I get it.
Football tickets are expensive,
and
especially
Brady,
that
right?
one. It's Tom Brady, and like the Bucs are a good team, so those are really expensive tickets.
Yeah.
So I think they compensated him pretty well.
As it turned out,
for being just like a good dude to turn the ball over.
There you go.
Like they could have done a lot less, but I think they did. I think they did. Like I think in this situation, everybody wins. They get the ball, they give up some stuff, and then this guy gets a lot of Buccaneers stuff, which he likes, and then also a little bit of cash.
Should he cash it in for Shib?
Yep.
Shib!
Get that Shib!
Uh-huh.
Shib coin.
Oh, boy. I love it.
It's all profit right now. And then you always call it a Ponzi scheme, but if you get in the Ponzi scheme early, then it works out well.
Listen, that is the key to any investment is when do you cash out? It's just that I'm saying obviously crypto is not going away and it's going to be a regulated thing down the road. But right now, if I give you $1, it's always going to be $1. Mm-hmm.
It actually isn't.
Isn't.
There was a comedian who was explaining this to me. We were like having lunch as like coworkers, and I said something about using cash, and he was just like, $5 isn't what it used to be, and it's not going to be what it is in the future. I was like, if you even pitch me on Bitcoin right now, he's like, I'm just saying there's other ways.
Oh my God. I'm just saying.
Oh my God. Yeah. Here we go.
I'm just saying there's plenty of ways to make already rich people even richer. Watch Poundcake replace Rachel Nichols, somebody said. I couldn't think of her name. Thank you. I could not think of her name. He's going to get over there. And, boy, you thought that show was called Pardon the Interruption before.
Hey, not her show.
So I have trouble remembering what we just talked about. But
Who are you? Go ahead.
But there was a story we did like last year or 2 years ago about this person who had Bitcoin, and he died, and he didn't give anybody else the password. Was there ever an update on that? Like, did they get those people's money or no?
I don't know.
That happens
all the time.
Often.
Yeah,
that happens a lot.
But this was like $30 million or something like that. $30 million worth of
like I'm saying, that kind of stuff happens.
So what happens? Like,
it's called. It's just dead coin. Like it's
dead
still
coin.
taken care. Like it belongs to that person. There's nothing anyone can do about it.
But there's no government way to retrieve that money.
Not
it's not a government thing.
It's not like a federal currency.
But it's still someone's property. So
that's why people love it, because it's all on the up and up.
Because I'm saying,
I like the way it just keeps going up and up.
There it is.
If my dad died,
then the wallet gets hacked, and it's a lot of fun.
I'm just saying, if my dad died and he had a bunch of Bitcoin,
take the right precautions.
And wouldn't that Bitcoin be mine now?
No.
Okay.
Law enforcement officials in 2 countries are investigating that company after the guy died. And the people couldn't gain access to $250 million in their account.
Worse than I thought. $250 million, not $30 million.
Tim Dillon did a fake trailer for a movie about a guy whose dad dies, and they're trying to get into his Bitcoin wallet because he's got a bunch of money in there.
Yeah.
And so they're like trying to guess all the passwords and like dig up his body to get like a thumbprint scan.
Why wouldn't you?
Funny.
Why wouldn't you, just as a matter of course, if you're in that biz, why wouldn't you, as a matter of course, make sure that there's some place that someone will have access to that information?
You don't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Your family?
Yeah, I'm not trusting my family.
Stealing from you first.
$250 million.
Wow.
They're
Okay.
closest to you.
Well, then this is what you get. Somebody dies.
You've never been related to poor people, have you?
Man, they're coming knives out. They're like, I'm happy she's dead. She was worth more dead than alive.
I was a poor people for a long time. I'll stick with Bitcoin the rapper. Thank you very much.
You know, I've been with a lot of bitches.
This guy might be
out
dead
of
now,
all
too.
Of them, I can make a solid argument that you're the best. You give one hell of a So many chicks been on my but not a single one done stick the way that you do. The way that you do. Most feel right for only one night, but your is just so damn tight. That's why you're the best bitch. That's why you're the best bitch. You're the best way to spend my bread. Really good at giving. Take you back to meet my parents if they weren't already dead. I show you life's finest places and amenities. That's what you get with a G in his 70s. I know you like a man who knows exactly what to do. You know it's true. I've been doing girls since 42. Back when the Nazis were invading Britain, I was making bitches purr like a mother.
This guy's like in his early 80s now.
It's so funny to me.
Love Bitcoin. And he named himself that in 2013. 2014. This guy was ahead of the game.
I wonder if he owned any Bitcoin, because if so, he'd be doing real good right now.
Right? Except he died, probably, and they couldn't find his passwords.
The new buried treasure. Cryptocurrency.
Right. There you go. Alan, you should do Bill's Crypto Corner. I was going to do that, but it was going to be anecdotes about Superman's dog.
How many of those are there?
Depends on which iteration. How many Supermen are there?
There's
what would be worse?
Series.
Because the other, would it be worse to die and no one knows your password, or you're alive and you don't know where you put your password?
Alive.
Being alive, yeah,
Alive.
being alive.
It's worse to be alive and know.
Yeah, because if I'm dead, I don't give a crap.
And how many guesses do you get?
But the people around you are still alive, and they know the money's there.
But you don't know the password.
Right.
So you don't get your money either.
Right. Is that worse?
That's way worse.
And then people
That's
are
way
thinking
worse.
You're a dummy, and you're like, how could you? That's like losing a winning lottery ticket. Like, would you kill yourself after that?
Well, you never really had it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Nah.
A winning lottery ticket, you never had that money. If you have this money in an account and it's your money and then you just can't get to it, man, that would suck. I'd rather have no money.
Why wouldn't you write it on a slip of paper and put it in a safety deposit box?
Because it's not 1941. Who
Okay,
does
so
that?
what? So what? Because then you die and nobody gets the money, and you're alive and you forget it.
I don't know.
Sometimes you laugh all you want. Writing something down on paper is a smart thing to do.
I guess. But then what if somebody hacks into your safe?
Into your safety deposit box?
Yes.
Hacks into your safe.
Then they earned it.
Right. That's my
if
point.
Danny Ocean can get into my safety deposit box to get my password, then you know what?
I said Inside Man earlier. That's the whole plot of that movie. Guy hides and poops in the corner.
I'm
for a
telling
week.
you, we're going back to pen and paper, slowly but surely. All these unhackable systems that they go, oh, got hacked. Yeah, doy. It's going to happen eventually. So if I had $250 million in Bitcoin, I'd go, scribble, scribble, scribble.
What if you write it down
on a little
wrong?
piece of paper, and then it goes somewhere. And I tell one person. Everybody trusts one person. Everybody has a person they trust.
Who do you trust?
Money, money, money. Who do you trust? And where is the Batman?
He's at home washing his tights.
Who washing his tights? Who do I trust?
Would you tell Gwen? Would you tell
Yes,
a
of
kid?
course. Yes. Huh?
You wouldn't trust a kid over your wife? Gwen might die before your kid dies.
Well,
She's older.
You're asking me who I trust. I mean, I trust my wife.
You
yes,
get to
so
tell
I would-
one person.
Here you go, Nora. You're
Then it
6
would
years
be
old.
my wife. If I could only tell one person.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I imagine in the event of my death, she would make accommodations for the
Yeah.
next person. And, you know.
I'm going to make it a game like Ready Player One, where I'll leave clues.
I'm good at
and
clue
then
games.
whoever gets it gets my shib fortune.
All right. Give me it.
I have to die first. Calm down.
Oh.
Shib fortune.
Also, it has to get a lot higher.
I'll take it for what it is right now.
it's
I'll
like
kill you for what it
$1,500.
is. Yeah, I'll kill you for $1,500.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Bill, $1,500.
I'm kidding.
You
It would have to
That's
be
what
like $5,000.
That's what any killer would say. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
We got
I
you on
won't kill
tape.
you.
This whole thing of Mary being on the show was all just a ruse to get you on tape, and now the FBI is coming for you.
Yeah.
You
I didn't
busted,
kill anybody
lady.
yet.
No, but you said you would for $1,500, and now we got you on tape. You're
You know
busted.
how crappy of a murderer a $1,500 killer would be?
People
I'd be
killed for less than that.
Leaving clues and fingerprints and
That's why
you admitted on the radio.
throwing up on things.
That's why Poundcake would be the perfect crime, because they would ask him and he'd go, I don't remember.
I wasn't even there.
I literally don't remember.
That's who I'm going to call the witness. Testify. Did Mary ever say this? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Who's married?
Who? I don't recall as an actual offense.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in with something, shoot me a text, 35192. Next chance for you to grab some money. You can go fund yourself. There's $1,000 on the way at 6:30.
Alan Cox. His parents think he's a proctologist.
He has a real job.
Because the truth is just too disgusting. 100.7 WMMS.
All right, we got to go. Thanks very much for hanging out today. Talk to you again tomorrow, around 2 o'clock. Roy Wood Jr. will join us. Talk about his new hour premiering Friday night on Comedy Central. Big Jay Okerson is going to be in here. He's in town this weekend to do Hilarities. You on any of those shows?
No.
I'm on Friday and Saturday. Just got added like an hour ago.
What do you have coming up, William?
I will be at High and Dry in Tremont tomorrow. It's a weekly show, so it's every Thursday at High and Dry in Tremont at 8 p.m. Free show. Come on out, listen to some comedy, have some laughs, have some beers and chicken. I think they have chicken.
Chicken?
They got some food.
Do you like the Gap Band?
Good food, yeah. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and check out the Bill Squire Show podcast on iHeartRadio, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're out tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Next Thursday, though, 1 week from tomorrow, I'll be headlining Hilarities. Thursday, November 4th, 7 p.m. show. You can get tickets at hilarities.com or on my social media links in my bios. Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
That's one show.
One show, 7 o'clock, Thursday, November 4th.
Poundcake?
I'm just at Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. And then the new Poundcake podcast is at AlanCoxShow.com. Lewinsky is a trip with 2 P's.
Mm-hmm. There are 2 P's.
2 P's.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Anything you missed today, you can always listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app. Week in Cox also has its own podcast as well. Sunday mornings, we always roll 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. But if you're not up early, there it is. You can always watch the show, too, if you like. Archive the live stream at our YouTube channel, The Alan Cox Show. And if you want to leave a message, you can anytime. After Hours line is available to you whenever. 216-986-8903. Cavs, late tonight. They're playing the Clippers at 10:30. So you got a ways to go there. Rachel Elliott before that. You got her next after 6:30. And in a few minutes, listen for that keyword. It's your next chance to go fund yourself and grab $1,000.